The Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the Davidson Room at the Music City Center, and it's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 39th business meeting of a four-year term. This is the 9th council meeting of 2021. Because we are still in a Metro building, everyone here tonight will be wearing masks. The council met 5 times in person here at the Music City Center last fall before retreating back to a virtual format when the level of COVID-19 in the community increased. The council met that way under emergency rules for the last 2 meetings in December 2020 and through all 8 meetings so far in the first 4 months of 2021. With virus levels continuing to drop and state and local health restrictions being relaxed, the plan now is for the council to be at the Music City for at least its 2 meetings during May and perhaps in June, with the hope that the virus willing, be able to meet back in the council chambers at the Metro Courthouse in person starting in July. The council has not met in its own chambers for over a year since March of 2020. All that, of course, is subject to change. We'll see what the Vice Mayor may have to say about that tonight. Tonight's council agenda is 36 pages long, with a total of 98 pieces of legislation. That includes 19 bills on public hearing, 35 resolutions, 15 first reading bills, 11 second reading measures, and 18 third and final reading ordinances. All that's in addition to 3 appointments or reappointments of local citizens to Metro boards and commissions. Perhaps the most high-profile piece of legislation on tonight's agenda is RS 2021-908. It would approve an economic impact plan for the River North Infrastructure Economic Development Area on the east bank of the Cumberland River, which is north of downtown and north of Nissan Stadium. The prominent Oracle America technology firm would locate a mixed-use business campus in that area, investing over $1 billion. It would be the single largest private investment in Nashville history, generating approximately 1.2 million square feet or more of office space, together with parking facilities, potential retail space, and other improvements, along with 8,500 high-paying jobs and 11,000-plus spinoff jobs. The deal would include $175 million in infrastructure amenities, including a pedestrian bridge linked to the Germantown area. Those costs would be covered by Oracle, then recouped by the company, paying 50% lower property taxes for some year, but the plan does not require Metro to spend any funds or take on any new debt. The resolution has 27 co-sponsors, but there are concerns about the plan being raised by union groups, about construction labor for the project, and concerns by activists that the plan doesn't help those now living and working in the area. Maybe a move for a possible deferral tonight, although it appears that based on what Mayor John Cooper told the council during his annual State of Metro address last week, the Oracle vote is the most important decision for the council to make of the future of Nashville in the 21st century. It is expected if it does come to a final vote, it will be approved tonight. On public hearing bills, look for a couple of those to be deferred tonight, including one that would allow expansion plans for a solid waste processing facility, which is located in Councilman Hall's district. Also, a somewhat related bill on second reading would create an 11-member commission to review and identify solutions for the long-term disposal of Nashville's solid waste. This has become a more important issue with the move of the expansion to close, not expand the current landfill in Rutherford County, where Metro has set its solid waste for many years. Another rezoning bill tonight would include some new development in Councilman Kobe Sledge's district, which is involved with the same development firm that has bought the Exit Inn. That has caused some controversy. And apparently the same group is having some problems with the neighborhood groups over there, so it may well be this bill will be deferred. Whether it happens before or after tonight's public hearing is not exactly clear. Council will also consider 3 resolutions to refinance bonds issued on the city's sports facilities, including Nissan Stadium, Bridgestone Arena, and the Nashville Sounds Baseball Park. The changes are expected to result in savings to Metro due to new record low interest rates. Another resolution seems to address the problems facing live music venues in Nashville. The bill asks the Metro Planning Department, Metro Arts Commission, Nashville Office of Arts and Culture, Metropolitan Historical Commission, the Nashville Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce to partner and take an inventory of every music venue in Nashville and possibly make recommendations on how to best preserve, sustain, and support these venues for decades to come. Among memorializing resolutions, the council will mark and honor the passing of former longtime council member and state senator Thelma Harper and Judge Steve North, as well as local minister, author, historian, and businessman Louis E. Johnson, Jr. The council will also mark and honor the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Riders, including several here in Nashville who rode buses to challenge segregation across the southern United States in the early 1960s. One other bill of note on second reading is BL 2021-717. It would waive certain building permit fees for the repair or rebuilding of property damage as a result of the recent March floods. Similar bills have been passed recently to help those impacted by the March 2020 tornado and the 2nd Avenue bombing. Another bill up tonight would also study the council's compensation every 2 years. That bill has been deferred before, will likely possibly be deferred again. If you want to follow the council meeting tonight as it progresses, you can find the agenda online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then go to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Showman. He will gavel tonight's meeting to order shortly.
Okay, bang it 3 times. Very good. So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, May 4th, 2021. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, which is going to be done by Jerry Neal, who was just honored during the announcement period. Mr. Neal just celebrated his 100th birthday as a veteran of World War II. He's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So the invocation this evening will be offered by Pastor Jerry D. Harris of the Unity Christian Church, guest of Councilmember Antoinette Lee. Let me see where you are. There you are. And you are at So hang with me for just a second. We haven't been here in a while, so I got to remember how to turn all the microphones on.
Praise God. As we bow, most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for this council meeting tonight, my God. Lord, we ask you, my God, to give wisdom, give understanding, my God, and most of all, my God, we ask for peace that surpasses all understanding. And God, we just ask you to look upon each individual tonight and keep each individual safe as they continue and as they go forward counseling, my God, and making decisions that you have called them to make, my God. We thank you, and in Jesus' name we pray, amen.
All right, no, you stay here for just a second. You all may be seated. I have a very special guest here standing next to me. Norma B. Sells the Contributor out in the Hermitage area. You all may remember that at some point during the pandemic, Councilmember Aaron Evans let us know that Norma had collected enough money to buy us all masks to keep us safe. So she made sure that everybody got masks. They were all put in your boxes. What a wonderful and selfless act that was. We are so appreciative. So she did it out of the goodness of her heart. So, and I was also given this, Norma. This is a medallion that I think you get at certain breakfasts. This means that you were one of the top 15 contributor salespeople in Nashville for last year. Is that right? For last year. This is a big deal, and I was given it it was given to me to give to Norma tonight. So I'm going to give this to you right now. I'm going to put it on you. So congratulations. So, do you have anything you want to tell anybody?
I didn't
Here,
do that.
Here you go.
Hi. I did not send you the mask and things to get recognition like this. I just did it because I felt like the pandemic is real, and it just seemed like the right thing to do. So I hope you put them all to good use and support the contributor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Norma, thank you. Whoop, 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 whoop. There you go. Well, I will tell you that Norma certainly knows how to make an exit. Norma, next time we're going to make sure we put something yellow on that thing so you can see it, okay? I didn't even realize that. Okay, everybody okay? Okay. Hey, Norma, you'll always be remembered at the council, so that's fine, okay? I'm sure she will. She's got my card, and she'll be in touch, I think is what she said. All right. Oh, so without objection, we're going to suspend the calling the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from April 20th, 2021? I see a motion properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor? And let me find you first. Are there any messages from the mayor? Can you hear me? Wait a minute here. Let's try this again. Okay.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yes. Yes, there is a message. Dear Vice Mayor Schulman and members of council, please find attached the State of Tennessee reporting forms to be submitted to the local legislative body following the 2020 FEMA tax anticipation notes. The report is for an interfund FEMA loan for a total of $7 million authorized by the Metropolitan Council in 2020. The original authorization was for $17 million, and the actual amount borrowed was $7 million. Interest cost for the loan was variable at the Metro interest pool rate, averaging 0.17% for fiscal year 2021. This loan was used to fund debt service. As always, we appreciate the Metropolitan Council's support on these important financing initiatives. Sincerely, John Cooper, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So a couple of items before we get into the rest of the business. So we want to thank Charles Starks and the staff of the Music City Center for letting us come back and use this wonderful space and the parking as well for the meeting tonight. And we will also be here for at least our next meeting and maybe the first meeting in June. We will let you know as we go through. But it's nice to have everybody back. Mr. Starks and your staff, thank you very much. Okay. Also, we want to thank Metro IT, who got all the technology together. I think they had left some of the stuff here anyway. Clerk's office, council staff for making sure all this stuff worked. Please continue to wear your mask in the facility, practice proper social distancing. If you need to speak, there are various microphones around. You may remember, it's going to take me a while to remember where all the microphones are. Microphone number 3 is not working, so just find another microphone. If you, we would prefer you don't touch the microphone, but if you do, I think there's hand sanitizers and things at each of the microphones. I will tell you, as we're talking about that, please remember We are still at risk for COVID. Please get vaccinated. Councilmember O'Connell was giving you ideas about where you could get vaccinated. Please, we are still at risk. Please stay safe. Take care of one another. Take care of yourself. Do not let your guard down. We still have this going on. I will tell you there will be a special budget meeting this Thursday for all council members to attend, sponsored by Councilmember Toombs. Get your questions answered, at least initially, on the budget. Meeting will start at 4 p.m. It will be held here in the Music City Center. There's also budget information online if you're interested to start looking at that as well. Councilmember Hurt, Sharon Hurt, you are recognized at, I'm going to put you at number 4.
President, we are born for a higher destiny than that of earth. There is a realm where the rainbow never fades, where the stars will be spread before us like islands that slumber on the ocean, and where the beings that pass before us like shadows will stay in our presence. I'd like to bring forth Agenda Item 52, RS 2021-928, honoring the life of Senator Thelma Harper.
All right, so without objection, we're going to bring forth that resolution right now. Let me go turn to it. It is RS 2021-928. We're going to bring that up now without objection. Again, it's RS 2021-928. It's a resolution honoring the life of Senator Thelma Harper. Sponsors are Hurt, Stiles, Sepulveda, Taylor, Suara, Virtue, Gamble, Porterfield, and Toombs. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, let's get a committee report. I'm going to Councilmember Johnston for rules. You're at podium number 2. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules, elections, and confirmations voted 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Back to you, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you. I move for approval.
So Councilmember Hurt has moved for approval, properly seconded. Is there discussion on the resolution? I see, I'm looking, I see Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Hancock, the reason I'm slowing down is that I'm not seeing you show up here on the floor.
Yeah, I can't hit the request to speak button on the screen, so I just came straight to the podium.
No wonder I couldn't see it. Okay, so Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized at podium number 5.
I just want to thank Council Lady Hurt for bringing this resolution honoring the great Thelma Harper to the floor, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Hancock will be added as a co-prime sponsor. Anybody else wish to speak on this? Councilmember Lee, I'm going to put you at number 6, right in front of you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Chair. I would like to ask, I don't know if this is an motion or what, but I'd like to ask if all of those voting in the affirmative be added on to this, please.
Councilmember Hurt, you all right with that? Okay.
Thank you so very much.
All right, Councilmember Hurt said absolutely. Everybody voting in the affirmative will be listed as a co-prime sponsor. Anybody else wish to speak on this resolution? Seeing none, we are ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2021-928, again, honoring the life of Senator Thelma Harper, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution passes unanimously. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Councilmember Hurt, I'm going to come back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to say to the audience, for those of you who may not know, Senator Harper was a council member in District 2, and she served as the very first female state senator for the state of Tennessee. And while she was in Metro Courthouse today, she will be at the state capitol on tomorrow from 10 to 2, and they will have her final services on Thursday at Tennessee State University at Gentry Center that will begin also at 10 a.m. And it is open to the public, both events.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you.
Thank you. right, so we are now ready to proceed with elections and confirmations. I've got Councilmember Johnston at podium number 2. You are recognized, Councilmember Johnston. Report from elections and confirmations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules, elections, and confirmations considered 3 appointees this evening for electrical examiners and appeals board. The reappointment of Mr. Terry Atwood for a term expiring June 20th, 2025, and the appointment of Mr. DJ Robertson for a term expiring April 15th, 2025. In addition, we considered Mr. Pratik Dash for a reappointment for a term expiring April 18th, 2024 to the Human Relations Commission. We voted 8 in favor, 9 against, and I would move their approval.
Okay, so you've heard the motion to approve. There's 2 reappointments and 1 appointment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolutions passed. So we have reappointed Mr. Terry Atwood for the Electrical Examiners and Appeals Board. Appointment of Mr. DJ Robertson, also for the Electrical Examiners and Appeals Board, and the reappointment of Mr. Pratik Dash for the Human Relations Commission. Those 3 have been approved. Are any of the 3 in the back? If you would, please stand up. I'm looking. There they are. If you would join me in thanking them for their service. And I saw the Deputy Mayor get up. I think she just wanted to stand up and get recognized, Deputy Mayor Haywood. All right, so we are now ready for resolutions and bills on public hearing. We'll start with the resolutions first. So here's how this works for the people in the back. If you're here for a resolution or for a bill on public hearing, I'm going to call them up one at a time. The sponsor could move to defer the public hearing, but usually the sponsor will call for the public hearing. I'm then going to ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of the resolution or bill, then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in opposition to the resolution or bill. If anyone in favor of the measure wishes to speak, I'll ask you to come forward to the back podium, find the microphone, introduce yourself, and give us your address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. I will then do that on the same thing for those who are opposed who also wish to speak. Again, find the microphone, come on up, introduce yourself, your address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. After that, I will close the public hearing and refer back to the sponsor. So we are now ready for resolutions on public hearing. It's the first item up on the agenda. It's on page 2 of your calendar. RS 2021-894 by Councilmember Parker. It's a resolution exempting Audrey, located at 809 Meridian Street, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. There you are, Councilmember Parker. Hold on. I've got you. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It's been a little while. Do we need committee reports first?
We certainly do. We need a report from Public Safety. Councilmember Gamble. I'm looking for you. Oh, there you are. So, ladies and gentlemen watching from, we have not been in this city center in about 5 months, and it's just taking us a while to make sure we get everybody lined up because they have to get up and come to different podiums. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized for a Public Safety Committee report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety, beer and regulated beverages, recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, to clear the public hearing open, we're on resolution RS 2021-894. I declare the public hearing open. Is anyone here who wants to speak in favor of the resolution? If you could, please raise your hands. Okay, I see people back here. Anybody here in opposition to the resolution wishing to speak? Okay, I don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? It's up to you. You're welcome to come up, or you don't have to speak. Okay. I see kind of a show of no, does not want to come up, so I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And just a note about this particular establishment. This is a new restaurant in McFerrin Park on Meridian Street called Audrey. They really stepped up over the last year and provided a ton of free meals to the community, and just wanted to thank them for that, and I look forward to visiting when I get the opportunity. So with that, I would move for approval.
Okay, so the motion is to move for approval on RS 2021-894. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We're now on the second item, RS 2021-895 by Councilmember Roberts. This is a resolution exempting T-Line Curling and Bowling Center located at 106 Duluth Avenue from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized at podium number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Let me get a committee report first from Councilmember Gamble, and then I'll come back to you.
Public Safety, recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thanks, Councilmember. Now, Councilmember Roberts, you're ready.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. So I declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the resolution. I see one hand in the back. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the resolution. Councilmember Roberts, do you see anybody? I can't see that far.
I do not.
Okay. Again, anybody here in opposition? All right. The individual in favor, do you wish to speak? The answer is no. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right. So I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Roberts.
So the owner, Mark Bolger, partner, who is a pro football player for the Rams, partnered with some other football players, and they bought a street in my district that was primarily industrial blight in the middle of a neighborhood. And they bought most of the street, and they are going to take this and make it an Olympic curling center. And they're allowing my neighbors to come and, use the ice skating rink and bowl. And I would invite all of you to come to District 20 to see this, because this is going to be one of the few places in the United States that is a true training center for curling. And with that, I'd like to move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval of passage of RS 2021-895. Again, it's properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Councilmember Roberts, have you ever curled before?
Not yet, but I anticipate being a very good curler.
All right, well, the Olympics, the Winter Olympics are still a couple years away, so we'll watch very closely. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2021-895 say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. RS 2021-895 passes. All right, we're on RS 2021-896 by Councilmember Withers. The resolution exempting Eastwood Deli located at 1896 Eastland Avenue from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.09E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized at podium number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
Committee reports. I've got Councilmember Gamble. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety, recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the resolution. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the resolution. Councilmember Withers, I don't think I saw any hands. Okay. Okay. So declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Withers has moved approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Okay, we are now on bills on public hearing. Item number 4, this is BL 2021-621 by Councilmember Murphy, Allen, and others. Ordinance amending sections 17.40720 and 17.40730 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations to require additional public notice regarding applications for permits from the Historic Zoning Commission. Councilmember Murphy, you are recognized at podium number 9.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am actually going to defer this. We had planned to defer it a little further than we had previously, so I've let interested parties know this is going to be deferred to the first meeting in July.
All right, so this is, so the motion is to defer this to the first meeting in July?
Correct.
Okay, so no public hearing tonight. Motion is to defer to the first meeting in July. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. This bill is deferred to the first meeting in July. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. We're now on items number 5, and I think we can take items number 6 together, 5 and 6. This is by Councilmember Sledge. The first one, BL 2021-634, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from SPCS MULA OR20 R6 and R6A to MULA NS RM20 ANS CS, NS, and OR20 NS for various properties located south of Lafayette Street and north of Wedgwood Avenue. It's 188.33 acres. And BL 2021-635 by Councilmember Sledge. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying an urban design overlay district to various properties located south of Lafayette Street and north of Wedgwood Avenue, Zone CS, IR, IWD, MULA, OR20, and R6. It's 191.68 acres. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized on both these bills. And I need to turn on your microphone. There you go. Whoop. There you go. Oh, hold on. We'll get you. Okay.
All right, there it is. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I request that you open the public hearing, please.
Okay, so I declare the public hearing open on both these bills. We're on BL 2021-634 and 635. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of either one of those two bills. If you would, please raise your hand. Okay, I see a couple people in the back. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are in opposition to either one of these two bills. All right, I didn't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Okay, so I got people who would like to speak. So, so come on up to the podium. Okay, and I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Okay, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Brian Knock. I lived in Chestnut Hill at 1106B 2nd Avenue South from 2015 to February 2021. I currently live at 908 Woodmont Boulevard in District 25. I'm representing Trimble Action Group, or TAG, which is Chestnut Hill's 501c3 neighborhood association. I've been the secretary since January 2019. I'm in support of both agenda items. I want to thank everyone for their service on the council. Our organization was founded in the early 2000s to advocate for the needs of the neighbors in the neighborhood. The name precedes our current neighborhood name because the neighborhood used to be called Cameron Trimble prior to 2005. Our neighborhood has a rich history and dates back to the time of Fort Negley being built in the Civil War and before, and it's one of Nashville's oldest black neighborhoods, evidenced by our street names and historic buildings. Recently, we've re-energized TAG to hold regular meetings with neighbors, business owners, the council member, Nashville Services, and expand our board and involvement in the neighborhood. The urban design overlay is something that the neighborhood leaders, neighbors, and developers have been working toward for several years. I served on the 2019 Planning Study Task Force and was glad to read the first draft of the UDO in December. My initial reaction was that planning really listened to what the neighbors shared through the planning study workshops. Since December 2020, we have had regular meetings, information sessions, listening sessions, and conversations encouraging feedback, which you can imagine is difficult during a pandemic. Planning has done a really incredible job to sift through feedback, identify and action revisions, and respectfully reject other suggested edits with thoughtful explanations. As TAG, we've encouraged neighbors to get involved in this process. We believe that the UDO is a necessary next step to preserve the rich history and character of our neighborhood as the inevitable growth happens across Nashville. The UDO is an appropriate framework for size and character development in Chestnut Hill and increases the opportunity to create new housing that's accessible to Nashvillians with diverse financial capabilities. We believe that the UDO protects the needs of the neighborhood for decades to come with appropriate considerations for the wishes of neighbors who call it home today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next individual, name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, my name is Katie Rudowski, and I live at 1247 Martin Street in Wedgwood, Houston. I'm representing SNAP, otherwise known as South Nashville Action People, or otherwise referred to the Wedgwood Houston's neighborhood organization. I'm the current board chair speaking on behalf of SNAP in support of the UDO tonight. Since late December of 2020, SNAP has spent countless hours meeting with neighbors, developers, landowners, Metro planning staff, TAG, Councilman Sledge, and others to review and refine a cohesive UDO that inspires confidence among all stakeholders. SNAP is supportive in the context that addresses our neighbors, goals, and key issues which have been outlined in the 2019 Wedgwood Houston Chestnut Hill Planning Study. When the UDO was made public, the document was nowhere near perfect. Over the last several months, SNAP board members have assisted and participated in hosting community listening sessions, phone calls, emails, in-person meetings, and we believe we have engaged as many members of the community as possible. We have listened to concerns and worked incredibly close with Metro Planning and others to ensure all voices were heard. With this in mind, as advocates of Wedgwood Houston for over 40 years, we're more optimistic than ever that this UDO is in the best interest of our community development and our collective quality of life. By overwhelming majority, SNAP supports this UDO moving forward with an affirmative vote from Council and with the collective understanding that we continue the work with Councilman Sledge. Thank you all again for your time and for your consideration tonight.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Remember, name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Caroline Wilkes. I live at 430 Merritt. I'm also a board member of SNAP, Wedgwood Houston's Neighborhood Association. It's been an honor to lead a majority of the UDO efforts on behalf of SNAP and the larger neighborhood. As my colleague said, we have made a lot of progress with the UDO since it was introduced. When the UDO was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission, we expressed our support as a neighborhood with one condition. The condition was to identify neighborhood centers, which we had been discussing with planning staff, Councilman Sledge, property owners, and private development professionals. I'm pleased to announce that neighborhood centers have been successfully added to the UDO proposed in tonight's legislation. These neighborhood centers will enable live-work spaces to maintain our creative culture in our neighborhood and also enhance walkability and bikeability through activated streets. We believe this addition was necessary to better achieve the goals of our 2019 planning study, and I'm very grateful for all the public-private partnership that made this possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think another speaker? Okay. Name, address, 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening. My name is Terry Bell, and I live at 18 Claiborne Street. I've been a resident of Chestnut Hill for nearly 4 years and also serve as the current president of the Chestnut Hill Neighborhood Association. I want to thank the Planning Commission, Councilman Sledge, SNAP, and Chestnut Hill neighbors for all the engagement, recommendations, changes, and openness for the past few years that brings us here tonight. I'm here to support the UDO as long as we remain steadfast of the request of the many neighbors in the NS zoning in the future. And I don't want to add more to what Brian has already said, my colleague. We've been through several meetings and we've made a lot of progress. And I just want to thank you all so much for your consideration and that I support the UDO. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? I think that's it. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So as was alluded regarding neighborhood centers, there is a substitute in your packet. I'd like to move the substitute.
Okay, it looks like there's a substitute on both 634 and a substitute on 635?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's take them one at a time. So, all right, so we've got BL 2021-634. Councilmember Sledge has moved the substitute. properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Sledge, for discussion on the substitute.
Thank you. Both of these substitutes will refer to what SNAP representatives mentioned about neighborhood centers. The neighborhood worked well to negotiate where those centers would be and talked with property owners. So I really applaud the work that they did on that, and we got that. And thank you to planning staff for getting that substitute prepared. So with that, I'd ask your support on the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has renewed his motion on the substitute, again properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, we're voting. This is the substitute on 2021-634. All in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute passes. You're on BL 2021-634 as substituted. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll leave my comments for 635 for both, so I just ask for the support for the bill as substituted.
Okay, so we're going to vote on BL 2021-634 as substituted right now. Motion is to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 2021-634 as substituted say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. BL 2021-634 as substitute passes on second reading. You're on BL 2021-635. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would move this substitute for 635.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge has moved the substitute on 635, properly seconded. Discussion?
Same comments as before.
Okay. So the motion is to approve the substitute. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute passes. You're on BL 2021-635 as substituted. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, so the motion is to pass on second reading 2021-635 as substituted, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. I want to give my profound thanks to the members of SNAP, members of TAG, and all neighbors who engaged in this process. As was mentioned, this kind of began in earnest in December, but in truth, this process has been more than 5 years in the making. Wedgwood, Houston, and Chestnut Hill have a study plan that was put forth and approved by the Planning Commission, as was mentioned a couple of years ago. And one of the objectives or tools that was recommended within that study plan was the creation of a forum-based UDO. And with that UDO, something that is somewhat groundbreaking here in the city, it is an entire upzoning of these two neighborhoods. And what that means is that for these residential neighborhoods that are close to the urban core, for a standard lot, entitlements will go from 2 units to 3, and in some cases 4. For substandard lots, in the vast majority of cases, this is especially true in Chestnut Hill, those lots will now be entitled to, in most cases, 2 units, a minimum of 2 units. Why are we doing all this? Because we have a dearth of housing. We all know that we have a dearth of housing in this city, and especially in what we call missing middle housing, that kind of housing where we talk about quadplexes or cottage courts, and the kind of housing that when you look at from a streetscape, it doesn't necessarily stand out, but it's the kind of solutions that we have to have if we're going to be able to grow sustainably and, quite frankly, affordably in the city. And I cannot thank enough the work that residents have done on this. This is an extremely complicated tool. We haven't really ever done this before, but doing it in a way that is attempts to be equitable, attempts to be thoughtful, it's just been astounding, and I'm really proud to be able to represent the district. I also want to greatly thank the planning department because they have taken a risk on this. They have gone out on a limb and created tools and created a process that is really quite amazing. And I especially want to thank Harriet Brooks, who has been on the phone probably nonstop for the last 6 months with residents and with developers and with all members of the community, along with Joni Williams and really anybody in the staff who's touched this. If council members have questions about this, obviously happy to entertain tonight or in the future. I know we have third reading, but I really can't stress enough how really incredible the work has been done by residents and the planning staff. So with that, I would renew my motion.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has renewed his motion on BL 2021-635 as substituted, and it was properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of Bill 2021-635 as substituted on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice President.
All right, so I'm going to interject for just a second. We have a late filed resolution in your packet that Judge Anna Escobar is here on. Typically, we when we have an elected official here, we will call them up early so that they don't have to stay here through all the different things. Without objection, we're going to go ahead and call this one up so we can get this matter before us. Any objection? Okay, without objection, we are on, it's a late filed resolution. It is in your amendment packet. Let me read the caption. It's a resolution accepting a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Finance Administration, Office of Criminal Justice Programs, to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County, acting by and through the Davidson County General Sessions Court Division 3 for the Cherished Hearts Adult Reentry Program, which serves the needs of crime victims who have experienced sexual and physical trauma, which is obviously an underserved community. Councilmember Toombs, I believe this is, oh, there she is. Councilmember Toombs, this is your bill. I'm going to come to you first. You're at number 1. Okay, hold on. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on this late file resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to suspend the rules.
All right, so because it was late filed, Councilmember Toombs need to suspend the rules. Councilmember Johnston, did you all look at this one? There you go.
Yes, sir, we did, and we had no objection.
Okay, no objection from the Rules Committee. So Councilmember Toombs has moved to suspend the rules to get this before this body tonight. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules to get this one heard tonight? Okay, see, I see no objection. Rules are suspended. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your resolution, and I believe there's some committee reports. I believe that's right.
There is.
Okay, so Budget Committee has one, and did Public Safety get this one as well? So I'm going to go to Councilmember Gamble for Public Safety. You're recognized at number 4.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble, and back to you, Councilmember Toombs, as she runs back to the podium. Councilmember Toombs on budget.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, and if Director Cooper, if you can help me on the number, because I don't have it in front of me.
All right, hold on just a second. Do you have a microphone? Really? Oh, there you go. Good.
12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
All right. So Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on this resolution regarding Cherished Hearts, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Judge Escobar, thank you for being here. There she is. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry we didn't catch that one earlier, and you're welcome to stay. We plan to be here a really, really long time tonight. Okay. Okay. All right, we go back to items on the bills on public hearing. We're on item number 7. BL 2021-692 by Councilmember Hall. This is an ordinance approving the expansion plans for a solid waste processing facility located at 4651 Amy Lynn Drive in Nashville, 37218. Councilmember Hall, you are recognized at podium number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is actually going to be deferred indefinitely, as this is a legal matter now, and we've got to wait for some other things to transpire before we can take it back up. So we're going to defer this indefinitely.
All right, so I think there's a committee report coming in from Mr. Nash from Public Works. Councilmember Nash.
Public Works agreed, recommending to defer indefinitely, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Do we have to have a motion on this? Okay. All right, so Councilmember Hall, a motion to defer indefinitely on this particular matter, BL 2021-692. Again, it's properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer indefinitely? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Your bill is deferred indefinitely. Thank you, Councilmember Hall. We're on number 8, BL 2021-705. Councilmember Stiles, you're on this BL 2021-705. Looking for Councilmember Stiles. There she is. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by canceling a planned unit development overlay district for various parcels located north of the CSX Railroad on either side of Bell Road and approximately 900 feet southwest of Hickory Hollow Terrace. Zoned MUL, SCR, and R10 and partially located within a corridor design overlay district. It's 159.02 acres. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I actually would like to, I do not want to hold a public hearing. I would like to defer this until the first meeting in July.
Okay, so this one, Councilmember Stiles, no public hearing tonight, defer to the first meeting in July?
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion, properly seconded. Okay, any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral on 2021-705 to the first meeting in July say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is deferred to the first meeting in July. Thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Okay, we're on BL 2021-706 by Councilmember Parker. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from CL and RS5 to SP zoning for properties located at 1411 and 1413 Dickerson Pike, 198, 200, and 204 Gatewood Avenue. It's approximately 260 feet east of Dickerson Pike at 6.77 acres, permit mixed-use development. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, so declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2021-706. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. See one hand up. Anyone here in opposition to the bill? Okay, you see no hands in opposition. The individual in favor, do you wish to speak? No. So declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion, Councilmember Parker?
Discussion? No, thank you.
Okay, all right. Any discussion from anybody else? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2021-706 for passage on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 2021-706 passes. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We're on item number 10, Councilmember Taylor. BL 2021-707, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1407 14th Avenue North, approximately 70 feet northwest of Hyman Street, 0.19 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you are recognized at podium number 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Okay, see a couple of hands in the back. Show of hands of those who are here opposed to the measure. See nobody opposed. Anybody in favor wish to speak? No? Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Item number 11, BL 2021-708 by Councilmember Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from R8 to RM20A NS zoning for properties located at 917, 919, 921 West Trinity Lane. It's approximately 720 feet east of Old Buena Vista Road. It's 0.53 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Request to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Councilmember Toombs, I didn't see any hands on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Move for approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? So we're on BL 2021-708. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes. 2021-708 passes on second reading. Item number 12 by Councilmember Sledge, BL 2021-709. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS, IWD, MUL, and MULA to SP zoning for properties located at 1214, 1216, 1218, 1220, 1230, and 1232 Martin Street, 1309 Brown Street, 441, 447, 448, 449, and 451 Humphrey Street and Humphrey Street unnumbered along Euston Street, down Brown Street, and along either side of Humphrey Street at 6.12 acres for mixed-use development. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This bill is withdrawn.
So you withdrawn?
Withdrawn.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge is withdrawing the bill. Okay. All right, for on item number 13, this is by Councilmember Evans, BL 2021-710. Councilmember Evans, this is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from SP to SP zoning for property located at Earhart Road, unnumbered, approximately 2,290 feet north of Hesse Road, 69.76 acres to permit 164 single-family residential units. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the motion, favor of the bill. Those who are here in opposition to the bill. Seeing nobody here on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Evans has moved approval on BL 2021-710, properly seconded. Any discussion on the measure? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The measure is adopted. 2021-710 passes on second reading. Item number 14 by Councilmember Welsh. This is BL 2021-711. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 10 to OL zoning for property located at 81 Thompson Lane, the northeast corner of Tuggle Avenue and Thompson Lane. That's 0.28 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. Councilmember Welsh has requested that the public hearing open up. A show of hands of all those in favor of this measure. I see one hand in the back. Show of hands of those who are opposed to this measure. Okay, I got hands on both sides. The individual in favor, do you wish to speak? Okay, come on up. Come on up to the podium. I need your name and address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak, and then we'll get to those who are in opposition.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Dr. Boutros Jamal Ayad. I am the owner and resident at the property. And we're asking for the rezoning to open a dental clinic at the property to help serve the community. And I think it'll be a great addition to that part of town. And I think that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor of the measure? Okay, those who are in opposition, if you'll come up, if you wish to speak, if you'll come up. If there's several of you, if you just line up so we can go ahead and get you heard. Again, I'll need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, good evening. My name is Megan Hassel, and I am a homeowner at 2913 Tuggle Avenue, 16th District. Thanks so much for having us here. We wanted to speak on behalf of this measure because we represent a very proud community, a residential community on Tuggle Avenue that we've worked hard to build and foster. And this particular house, we've watched it change ownership over the years, and this particular house in question is really different than the other houses that have been changed in zoning on on Thompson Lane. Because this one, unlike those others, it actually faces Tuggle Avenue. It does not face Thompson Lane. And it also has no separation, no physical separation really between this house and the other houses in the neighborhood, which is really different than the ones that face Thompson Lane. They have a tree line or some spacing until the neighborhood starts. This is right next door to our houses. And so we have some real concerns about safety and traffic. As it relates to safety, we've experienced there's another tattoo parlor right there across the street from it, and we've experienced a similar issue where folks inevitably will park right on the road instead of parking somewhere else, and because of that, you're turning off of Thompson Lane, which is extremely busy, and you're now turning into a one-lane used for two-way traffic, and it's a scary experience, and it's really unsafe because someone's parked where you need to be turning and driving, and you're facing someone else coming forward toward you. So it's really a safety issue, and it also will cause that clutter of parking on our small residential street. Additionally, we're currently working on a traffic calming and those types of measures right now where we actually have signs up to block through traffic. And we're working on installing speed humps and things of that nature. So this is really counterintuitive to that plan to keep this a slow and safe neighborhood street. Additionally, I just wanted to make sure you understand that we feel like this is an honorable measure an honorable business to open, but that just this particular location is really not the best and safest spot for it. And we're just really proud of what we've built there from a calm, quiet residential neighborhood. So thanks so much for having us. We appreciate the time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Again, name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes. You can hear I think you can hear the little buzzer when the 2 minutes goes off.
Sure,
Okay.
thank you. My name is Allison Betancourt. I'm at 2907 Tuggle Avenue. Speaking to a lot of what Megan already said, we've worked so hard to build up our little street. We all know each other as neighbors. It's just an awesome little community, and we walk our dogs on those streets. We push our strollers on those streets, and the traffic calming is really an important issue for us, and we think that this is counterintuitive to our traffic problem on Little Tuggle Ave, and so the parking really is an issue because it's such a narrow street, and we already know that some of the other commercial buildings that park on Tuggle Avenue creates problems not only for our cars that are passing, but also for our dogs and strollers and just runners and joggers in the neighborhood, not able to even walk. We don't have sidewalks, we have to run on the street. So those cars being parked in front of our homes and along our little narrow street is really a problem. Again, happy to have a dentist in the neighborhood. We're here to support local business, but this is just not a great spot as it faces my house and Megan's house and lots of other neighbors that it's just really not a great spot for it. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. And thank you, Doris, for keeping everybody safe.
My name's Matt Washburn, and I live at 2914 Tuggle Avenue. Just kind of go with off what Allie and Megan said. The big thing in our neighborhood and a lot of neighborhoods in Nashville is that we lack sidewalks and we lack safety, which has been a really big concern with our small street. Tuggle has probably 15 houses on it. It's very small. Every day cars go by and it's a cut-through street. And with adding another business, it's going to worsen the problem. So right now, as they mentioned, we're trying to solve traffic issues, safety issues in our neighborhood. And this business, or any business really, would be counterintuitive to that. So I just want to say I don't support it, and I support the business, but just, the wrong location. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? All right, seeing none. Oh, hand up. If you wish to speak, come on up. You can only speak once. Okay. Okay. Anybody else who hadn't spoken wishing to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move to approve with a brief explanation.
Okay, so Councilmember Welsh has moved to approve on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I can appreciate the concerns of some of the other neighbors on Tuggle about traffic. One of the reasons that I supported this rezoning is because, number one, Mr. Ayad lives in the property, and number two, there is dedicated entrance to the dental clinic that comes off of Thompson Lane with a large parking pad, so there should be no parking on the street. That is something that he and I had talked about initially. So I don't think that that's going to be adding to those problems on Tuggle. Secondly, I feel the work that Mr. Ayad is going to be doing in this dental clinic serving lower income people in the community is very important. And if you know the 16th district, we have a lot of low income and immigrant neighbors. And this has easy access to several other businesses that also serve that community. So I think it'll make it easy for the residents in my district to get the dental care that they need. So with that, I would like to renew my motion to approve.
All right, so Councilmember Welsh has renewed her motion to approve on second reading. It's Bill 2021-711, properly seconded. Discussion on the request to pass on second reading. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Okay. Motion passes. Bill 2021-711 passes on second reading. We're on BL 2021-712 by Councilmember Parker. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1518 Jones Avenue, approximately 70 feet north of Marshall Street. It's 0.19 acres. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. Councilmember Parker has moved to open the hearing on BL 2021-712. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody here on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Parker has moved for approval on BL 2021-712, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Again, this is on second reading. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to pass on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 2021-712 passes on second reading. We're now on BL 2021-713. This is item number 16 on the calendar. Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R8 to RM28 NS zoning for properties located at 1011, 1013, and 1015 West Trinity Lane, approximately 430 feet west of Old Buena Vista Road. It's 2.5 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay, see a hand right there. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I don't see any hands on the opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2021-713 on second reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. BL 2021-714, Councilmember Van Rees. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to R8A zoning for property located at 3125 Hillside Road, approximately 240 feet south of Maplewood Trace. It's 0.53 acres. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized at podium number 1.
Thank you very much. Are there committee reports?
No committee reports. You're good to go.
Then I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Okay, see a couple of hands in the back. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. I don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
With that, I move approval.
Councilmember Van Rees has moved approval on second reading. It's properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2021-714 on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. We're on item number 18, BL 2021-715 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to SP zoning for properties located at Bianca Page Way, number 307 Bianca Page Way, at 1414 1500, and 1502 14th Avenue South, located on either side of Bianca Page Way and approximately 470 feet north of Mallory Street. It's 5.54 acres to permit mixed-use development, 411 multifamily residential units and non-residential units. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Request we open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Councilmember Sledge, I see no hands either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has moved approval of Bill 2021-715 on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thanks. Just an explanation. This property sits actually right between the two neighborhood groups that you heard from earlier. They both issued letters of support that are, I asked the council staff to put in record with the clerk, and I told them that they could go home early. So with that, I would renew my motion for approval.
All right, Councilmember Sledge again renews his motion for approval on 715, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Bill 2021-716, this is item number 19, Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing a specific plan on property located at 401 Clay Street, approximately 310 feet southwest of 3rd Avenue North, 0.87 acres, to add a 0.87 acre parcel to the existing SP, allow for a parking lot. Councilmember Taylor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Yeah, I think this one, Councilmember Taylor, has to be deferred because the notices didn't get out. We're double checking. Okay. Councilmember Taylor, where'd you go? There you are. All right, so we can't have the public hearing tonight because the notices weren't sent out. So the bill gets deferred automatically to the first meeting in July. Okay. So anyway, so and I believe that takes care of all items on public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, we have had a Metro police officer shot tonight. I'm getting just a limited amount of information. Thoughts are with everybody. We don't know much, but I'm just letting you know that that's happened tonight. Okay. All right. So we are now on consent resolutions and resolutions. I'm going to go through items on the that are listed right now on the consent agenda. There's a lot, so just stick with me for just a second. Again, these are items on the consent agenda, okay? First one is RS 2021-897. That's item number 21. 897 is on consent. 898 is on consent. 899 on consent. 900 is on consent. 901, consent. 902, 903, 904, 905, 907, 910, 911, 912, 917, 918, 919, 920, 921, 922, 923, 924, 925, 927, 928, but we've already had that one, so that's okay. That was Senator Harper's. 929 and 931. Okay, does anything need to be bumped off the consent calendar? Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized. Podium number 5.
Let's bump 927. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. It's going to be okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. So Councilmember Syracuse, 927, off consent. Looks like the officer was shot in the leg. Looks like he's going to be okay. So anyway, we'll pass along information as we get it. All right. Anything else needs to be bumped off of the consent calendar? Okay. Okay, y'all hang with me. I'm going to read through the items on the consent calendar. RS 2021-897, this is item number 21 by Toombs and Swara. Resolution approving an application for a general sessions DUI court grant from the U.S. Department of Justice to Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Davidson County General Sessions Court, fund and support the operations of a misdemeanor DUI court to assist in acquiring support services to minimize the risk of participants reoffending. RS 2021-898, Toombs, Swara, and Welsh. Resolution approving a grant contract between Metro, acting through the Davidson County Juvenile Court and Youth Advocate Programs to fund the Wrapping Around Families for Success program. RS 2021-899, Toombs, Swara, and Welsh. The resolution approving Amendment 2 to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Children's Services to the Metropolitan Government through the Juvenile Court to provide community-based case management and protection services, probation services to children at high risk of state custody. RS 2021-900, Councilmember Toombs is the sponsor. Resolution approving Amendment 3 to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Human Services to the Metro Government through Juvenile Court to establish and enforce federal and state mandated child support program guidelines for children born out of wedlock. RS 2021-901, Councilmember Johnston, resolution approving the election of certain notary public for Davidson County. RS 2021-902, Toombs and Withers. Resolution approving the issuance of public facility revenue refunding bonds by the Sports Authority of the Metropolitan Government, authorizing the Metropolitan Government's execution and delivery of a supplemental trust indenture relating thereto, authorizing the pledge of certain of the Metropolitan Government's revenues as security for the bonds, authorizing an official statement to be distributed in connection with the sale of the bonds. RS 2021-903, this is item number 27 by Councilmember Toombs. A resolution approving the issuance of public facility revenue refunding bonds, Series 2021B, federally taxable by the Sports Authority, authorizing the Metropolitan Government's execution and delivery of a supplemental trust indenture relating thereto, authorizing the pledge of certain of the Metropolitan Government's revenues as security for the bonds, and authorizing an official statement to be distributed in connection with the sale of the bonds. RS 2021-904, Councilmember Toombs, resolution approving the issuance of federally taxable public facility revenue refunding bonds, Series 2021C, by the Sports Authority, authorizing the Metropolitan Government's execution and delivery of a supplemental trust indenture, authorizing the pledge of certain of the Metropolitan Government's revenues as security for the bonds, and authorizing an official statement to be distributed in connection with the sale of the bonds. RS 2021-905 by Councilmember Toombs, a resolution amending Resolution RS 2014-1066 to extend the duration of the general obligation extendable commercial paper program in the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Item number 31, RS 2021-907 by Councilmember Toombs, resolution repealing Resolution RS 2006-1331, RS 2006-1403 pertaining to the Metropolitan Government sale of tax receivables. RS 2021-910, this is item number 34. Rosenberg, Toombs, and Swara, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot lease agreement, pilot agreement, and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to a multifamily housing project located at 0 Newsom Station Road, known as Poplar Bend. RS 2021-911, Hancock, Toombs, and Swara, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to a multifamily housing project located at 621 North New Pond Avenue, known as Riverwood Tower. RS 2021-912, Toombs, Van Rees, Swara, and Stiles. A resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the Tennessee Arts Commission to the Metropolitan Government through the Metro Arts Commission for general operating support to expand, improve, and develop the arts in Tennessee. Then we skip over to item number 41, RS 2021-917, Toombs, Taylor, Swara, and Welsh, resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metro Government through the Board of Health to achieve sustained tuberculosis control and enhanced tuberculosis prevention to eventually eliminate tuberculosis as a public health threat in Tennessee. RS 2021-918, Taylor, Toombs, and Van Rees. A resolution approving Amendment 2 to a Centennial Park Master Plan support grant from the Centennial Park Conservancy to the Metropolitan Government through the Parks Department to support the implementation of the Centennial Park Master Plan. RS 2021-919, Toombs, Gamble, and Welsh. A resolution approving application for an emergency management performance grant from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metropolitan Government. Item number 44, RS 2021-920, Taylor, Toombs, Murphy, and Gamble, resolution approving the Fourth Amendment to the lease agreement between the Metro Government acting by and through the Metro Police Department and Signature Center LP for office space for the Police Advocacy Support Service Program. RS 2021-921, Toombs, Gamble, and Swara, a resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration to the Metropolitan Government through the Police Department for funding for the Internet Crimes Against Children Unit. RS 2021-922, Taylor, Murphy, and Nash, a resolution to amend ordinance number BL 2019-714, authorize the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to ban existing utility easement rights for property located at 2501 Clifton Avenue. RS 2021-923, by Young, Taylor, and Nash, resolution accepting a donation from the Cumberland River Compact to the Metropolitan government through Metro Water to provide supplemental funding for a stream bank stabilization project in Massacre Creek, RS 2021-924. This is item number 48. Evans, Murphy, and Nash, resolution to amend ordinance number BL 2015-9 to authorize the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon the sewer pumping station building and associated easement to retain the remaining public utility and drainage easements and correct and update map and parcel information for properties located at 4872 Mira Drive, Tulip Grove unnumbered, and Colchester Drive unnumbered. RS 2021-925 by Councilmember Toombs, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law compromise and settle a property damage claim of Ty E. Bell against the Metropolitan government in the amount of $31,636.60, meant to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Next item is RS 2021-929 by Councilmember Hancock, O'Connell, Rutherford, Mendez, Druffel, Syracuse, and a host of others, honoring the life of Ira Steve North Sr. It's RS 2021-929. And the last item on the consent agenda is RS 2021-931 by Councilmember Stiles, Virtue, Syracuse, Murphy, and others, a resolution honoring the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Riders. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Anything need to be bumped? Yes. Okay, so RS 2021-931, item number 55 is bumped. Anything else need to be bumped? All right, let's get committee reports in. Okay, we'll start with an easy one. Affordable housing, Councilmember Sawara. There you are. I see you. There you are.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Affordable Housing recommends approval for RS 2021, 910, and 911. 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sawara. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized for Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4-0 against for Resolution 2021-897, 898, 899, 900, 902, 903, 904, 905, 907, 910, 911, 912, 917, 918, 919, 920, 921, 923, and 925.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized for Health and Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Health and Hospitals recommended approval for RS 2021-917, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Van Reese, I've got you at podium number 1 for Parks and Library.
Thank you very much. Parks and Library voted in favor on 918 and 927, 4 in favor, 0 against. Somehow 912 was left off of our agenda, so there was no action, but I'm sure that we would have approved it. I just don't have an official report for you.
912?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sorry. It would have been a nice one to get sent to you all. Okay.
I know, but they know how we feel. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll talk about it after the meeting. All right. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized at podium number 9.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We voted on RS 2021-920, 922, 924, 15 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety considered Resolution 919, 920, and 921. On all 3, recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works considered 922, 923, 924. Recommending approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. And last but not least, Councilmember Johnston, you're at podium number 2. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections considered RS 2021-901, 929, and 931. We voted 7 in favor, 0 against, and with that, I would move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston, and I got a second. Any discussion on the motion to approve items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of items on the consent agenda for resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution consent agenda passes. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. All right, so now we go back to okay, I'm on page 10 of my agenda, but it's item number 20. It's RS 2021-886 by Councilmember Glover. It's a resolution requesting Mayor John Cooper, to the extent the fiscal year 2021 actual revenues exceeded budgeted revenues, to provide funding for new public safety employees and for personnel to serve as project managers to assist the development community with navigating Metro's approval and inspection process. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized at podium number 4.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I plan on withdrawing this. If I may, just a very brief explanation. Don't want to take a lot of time.
We've got,
this is the first.
Do we need to go to Budget and Finance just for?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry
okay.
about that. Yeah. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Toombs, Budget and Finance. We're on RS 2021-886.
Budget and Finance Committee did not make a recommendation because the sponsor's going to withdraw.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Sorry about that. So, given the positions that have been added in fire and EMTs as well as police, I certainly think in police and the others we could add more, but this is a major first step, and so I'm grateful to the administration for doing that. With that, Vice Mayor, I will move to withdraw.
Okay. Okay, so I got a motion to withdraw, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to withdraw? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. RS 2021-886 is withdrawn. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Next item on the calendar is item number 30, RS 2021-906 by Councilmember Toombs. It's a resolution amending Resolution RS 2015-1417 to increase the size and duration of the water and sewer extendable commercial paper program in the Metropolitan Government. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
All right, Budget and Finance, it's yours.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval as substituted, 12-4, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Toombs, on your resolution. I think you've got a substitute.
I do. Not like to move the substitute.
Okay. So Councilmember Toombs has moved a substitute resolution RS 2021-906, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation, or we can go to Mr. Cooper.
Director Cooper.
Hold on, Mr. Cooper. Gotcha.
The original version of the resolution had an increase in the overall cap on the water sewer commercial paper program. The substitute removed that increase, and so it keeps it at 100 million cap. It just extends the maturity through January 1st, 2025. I'm sorry, 2026.
Okay. All right, back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
I renew my motion to approve the substitute.
All right, so you've heard an explanation of the substitute. There's a motion to approve the substitute. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute passes. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your resolution as substituted.
Move for approval as substituted.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval as substituted. It's properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of RS 2021-906 as substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution passes. We're on item number 32. This is RS 2021-908. Sponsors are Parker, Toombs, Van Rees, Young, and a host of others. A resolution approving an economic impact plan for the River North Infrastructure Economic Development Area. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized at podium number 8.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, so we've got a Budget and Finance. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance recommended approval of the amendment, 11-4, 1 against, and recommended approval of the resolution as amended, 11-4, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think everyone is aware that this is a very big one. I believe folks are characterizing it as the largest private investment in Nashville's history. You know, through this process, I guess the details of this proposal were out about 3 weeks ago, I believe. In that time, I was able to have one community meeting as well as, I apologize, Vice Mayor, do I need to move the bill before I get off on my?
You can move the bill if you'd like. I was going to let you talk. I was trying to figure out when I could get Councilmember Suarez for amendment, but if you want to go ahead and move the bill, that's fine.
Oh, sure, yeah. If I could just.
Or move the resolution.
If I could move the resolution and speak for a moment, and then we'll.
Okay, so the motion is moved, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, as we learned the details of this about 3 weeks ago, there was the IDB meeting with a public hearing. I certainly want to thank all the community members who called in and elevated concerns that maybe had not really been, in these negotiations and these discussions. I think that it's really important that we do consider, these things. We want them to be wins for Nashville. But folks who, a working class renter or a senior on a fixed income, when they see this kind of investment in their neighborhood, they have a different set of concerns than maybe a lot of us do, or folks who are able to follow the story in the Business Journal or whatnot. So I really appreciate Stand Up Nashville, Equity Alliance, all the folks that called in to that meeting, and of course everyone who came to my community meeting as well. And with that, let's. I guess I'll just hold my comments for now, and we can have the amendment. Or can I move the amendment, or does Councilmember Suarez need to do that?
You can move the amendment. Councilmember Suarez looks like she's getting ready to come up to the podium. So what we're going to do is, I know I've got a couple people in the queue. I'm going to go to Councilmember Suarez so we can get the resolution as amended, if that's what you want to do, in proper order. Councilmember Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The amendment, I moved the amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Suarez has moved her amendment, properly second. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment actually states that the council is going on record with an intent to allocate 50% of the funds, property taxes collected by Metro from the Oracle deal to be able to be used for housing. I wanted to clarify three things. One is that is the 50% of what we actually collected. So whatever Metro received, 50% of that goes to housing. The second thing is that the amendment did say that is in addition to, so whatever the mayor allocates every year for housing, this is in addition to that. And the third thing that I think it's important is that it's important for everyone to understand that this does not automatically put the money every year. Our budgeting is annual, and so we appropriate funds annually. And so what this is doing is an intent to say that this council, if approved, wants 50% of that money to go to affordable housing, and we hope that future council will honor that and do that. Like everyone has said, this is a good deal, but we know that it will add to the issue of affordable housing, and this is just a small step to address whatever housing crisis, or at least help with the housing crisis that we have. With that, I renew my motion.
All right, so Councilmember Suarez has moved an amendment to RS 2021-908. It was properly seconded. People who wish to discuss the amendment, Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I want to preface this by saying I'm full support of the amendment, and I think Councilmember Suarez explained it perfectly. What I want to emphasize is everything that she just said, and I've been a little concerned that the narrative outside of our body has been that this amendment would, or this deal as a whole as amended, would create a dedicated fund for affordable housing. As Councilmember Suarez stated, it does not do that. We have to allocate as a body those numbers every year. Why is that important to bring up? Because I'm sure, as Councilmember Parker is going to express, there are many other pieces of legislation that will follow this vote tonight regarding this property, these parcels, and we have to make sure that we stay vigilant as members to know that if they come back to us and we have heard from the community that affordability is a concern, as we have already, we need to ensure that we're having that conversation still and not letting anybody point to, oh, but we funded affordable housing through this amendment. We did not. We expressed the intent to use some of the increased revenues that will come from this property, by the way, 6 to 8 years fully realized down the road, to use for affordable housing. We cannot dedicate funding to affordable housing through this resolution, meaning that the hard work on that starts after this vote tonight. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Other individuals on the amendment? Councilmember Cash, I see you at podium number 9. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to echo a lot of what Councilmember Sledge said. I'm going to support this resolution because I think affordable housing is the number one thing that we need to think about going forward. But like Councilman Sledge said, this is 6, 8, 10 years from now when most of the employees would be here. We don't know for sure what we need the money for. It might be that our housing situation is improved and we need more schools. We just don't know that, and for us to predict what a council 2 terms from now is going to need the money for, I think would be remiss on our part. But I believe that looking at it right now, that this is the major concern, and to go on the record of saying that we need to prepare for this, prepare for housing, is why I'm going to vote for the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cash. Anybody else on the amendment? We do have a queue set up, but that was before we even got to the amendment, so I'm just going through the amendment right now. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized. Hold on. Oh, you shut yourself off? All right. I did not do that to you. Okay, you're recognized.
So, yeah, I want to thank Councilmember Suara for putting this amendment forward. I think it's obviously by the time the increment is realized from this property that we're discussing here, I mean, I think there's maybe a small handful of us. You might be able to count the number on one hand, those of us that are still with this body in 2028 or however that shakes out. But I do think it's really important to draw a line here and connect this economic development proposal to the impact that it's going to have on housing and in the area, and that's what I appreciate about this amendment, and I would encourage my colleagues to support it as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Parker. Anybody else on the amendment? All right, so where we are right now, we're on RS 2021-908. Councilmember Suara has an amendment that she has moved. It's been properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. All right, so we have one vote. Okay, so it passes by voice vote. So it's clear that it's passed. So we are, the amendment passes. We are now on your resolution as amended. It's RS 2021-908 as amended. Councilmember Parker, I'm going to go back to you first, and then we have people in the queue. Okay. Councilmember Parker, anything before I get to people on the queue? Okay. Councilmember Roberts, you're first in the queue. Councilmember Roberts. Okay, recognized. Podium number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm speaking tonight in support of this legislation, and I ask that my colleagues support it as well. We are in a position to have a deal changer for Nashville. This is something that we could position ourselves to evolve into a city that could attract other tech giants like Facebook or Twitter, Instagram, Microsoft. I ask for your support of this tonight, and also I would ask that we have a roll call vote.
Roll call vote, okay. All right, thank you, Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized. Put you also back at podium number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to go ahead and say up front, I'm intending to support this and echo Councilmember Roberts. I want to just firstly express gratitude to the administration for working to get thorough answers to Stand Up Nashville's questions. That was something I had asked for. And I had a couple of quick follow-ups that I think are relevant to that. I guess for me, even in supporting this, I think it's important to understand the actual value of the incentive. I know we've heard that $175 million in infrastructure is being funded. Is it possible to understand how much of that ordinarily would have been contributed in a circumstance where this was not an incentive arrangement, so we can figure out how much of the 175 million is actually an incentive value rather than just the value of the public infrastructure?
So, Councilmember O'Connell, are you asking, I think, the administration?
The administration, yes, please.
So I'm going to look at the administration. Does somebody want to answer that? So I'm passing the microphone to Mr. Jameson. Mr. Jameson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilman O'Connell. I guess two separate passes at that question. One is, it's our understanding that had there not been this agreement by Oracle to essentially advance the costs, $175 million worth of infrastructure, this is infrastructure that would have inevitably incurred upon us. That includes everything from the landfill cleanup that would be our responsibility, to the hard infrastructure, the streets, the sidewalks, the greenway, riverfront greenways. That is infrastructure that, if there was any intent on redeveloping this property in the future, would have fallen upon us. The second portion, or second phase of the answer, is a question asked yesterday on Budget and Finance, what it would have cost had the city incurred that obligation in the usual way, and that is through issuance of bonds for the $175 million. What would that additional cost have been differently? And that answer is just below $50 million, assuming a couple of things, and I want to credit our treasurer, Michelle Bosch, for doing some late night calculations, but assuming an interest rate of 2.75%, a bond duration of 20 years, which is pretty typical, then the interest is about $48.9 million. And then, as Councilman Mendez was quick to note, there are also transaction costs, issuance costs of about another $791,000. So a grand total of about $49.7 million that we are saving by virtue of doing it in this approach, in which we incur no interest, no bond, no debt, no advance money. And this, of course, is not a grants program in any conceivable fashion that the council has seen before, where it's $500 per job created, for example. So that's the infrastructure that we would have eventually incurred, and that's the expense that we're saving through doing it in this method. The council has almost never seen this sort of tax increment deal with other entities, and the reason for that is there are very few entities that have the available revenue on hand to go ahead and start construction of the $175 million worth of infrastructure.
And
I
then,
hope I've answered your question.
I think that comes pretty close. We'll figure out a few more things, I think, as we go forward into the details of the deal as it furthers. And another question is related to that. The infrastructure program that's sort of out there right now, and I know we've kind of gone through the participation agreement. We've talked about some of the cross the river infrastructure, those kinds of things. Is that infrastructure program set? Can that be, adjusted as we see more details? Should we all go forward from tonight expecting that we will see the items that have been prescribed so far?
Yes and yes. This is the first of several appearances that this is going to have before the council. There have been no opportunities for design renderings, engineering schematics, anything of that sort. One, because they don't own the property. Two, they don't want to presuppose that the council is approving it. And so after tonight, assuming a favorable outcome, they will acquire the property and get to the hard work of actually doing design renderings and figuring out what exactly the infrastructure will look like. We know at a minimum that a number of the parcels, there are a total of 15, a number of those will have to be rezoned because they don't support the intended plans of Oracle for their development. There's also a UDO that would have to be amended. There are also specific amenities that are included within the definition of public infrastructure that would have to be approved by other entities. Greenways, for example, that is a Parks Board decision and then comes back to this council. There may be some state incentives down the road that perhaps are pass-throughs that would typically come before the council. not just before the council, but some of these items will also have to go through the planning commission. So the opportunities to get additional hearings before this and community groups, keeping in mind that every one of the rezones is preceded by mailings by the planning department to residents within 1,000 feet or 1,300 feet for the UDO. So at the risk of boring this council, I think this is not the last you're going to be hearing about Oracle or this property for some time.
Thank you. And Mr. President, my last question here on this topic is, help me understand the kind of, is there sort of a cap on risk to Metro? Again, I know we've talked a lot about this 175 million figure as an upfront infrastructure investment. If we get into it and it turns out that environmental remediation is far more costly, or that something about engineering at a particular site on the river, either side would take the infrastructure cost up above $175 million, where does the risk for that additional infrastructure cost reside?
Sure. So there is no obligation whatsoever on the part of Metro to allow more than $175 million. And we understand this to provide that Metro has all the leverage in the world should Oracle, let's say they hit some unforeseen complication and they quickly begin exhausting their reimbursable money, so to speak, of the 175, but they're not quite done. Well, the requirements for the construction of their buildings, their privately owned buildings, those will have requirements before planning, before Public Works, before Metro Water, to have infrastructure in place. Codes will forever issue a conditional permit, but before you're allowed to actually complete the building, get the UNO, or even get the finalized permit, if you don't have the street in front of it, then that's a non-starter for codes, and they don't prescribe. And so I think that degree of leverage gives us the assurance that should they hit the 175 and still not be done, there's nothing absolutely incumbent upon Metro to lift a finger. We think the clear incentive on the part of Oracle will be pretty profound to complete what they started. And just based on, admittedly, a Google Earth oversight over their other hub locations, they appear to do things the right way, in a fairly prestigious way, and I can't imagine them doing a half job here and calling it a day.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I just want to say too, the administration has worked diligently to get answers to all of my questions, so I appreciate them for that. And again, I think especially hearing this portion of it, I'll return to what Councilmember Roberts said about the magnitude of this deal overall. And thanks to Councilmember Suara, we've got some additional work ahead of us in terms of doing as much around the edges to make this as equitable as it can be for all of Nashville. And thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. And members of the council, I'm obviously being lenient on the time because I know this is important. We want to get these questions answered. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized. Put you at podium number 5.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I won't try to repeat anything that's been said. I will note my philosophy on this, which I think many of us who are district council members who have encountered investments in our district have to wrestle with. And I use that term to use sort of a crude analogy. I think it is our job, and I think that the administration would agree, to attract investment, to ensure that the city is growing, that the city is viable. But then it is up to us, and quite frankly, for us to empower the larger community to then break that horse, to then tame that capital, and ensure that it is working for the people we represent. And that capital, if left unfettered and unchecked, increases inequity. We know this. We've seen the history of the last 25, 30 years in this country, in this city, and most recently, in the communities that we serve. So it's been mentioned before at this podium, and it's also been mentioned by the administration, that the hard work begins after tonight, because this is going to pass. We all know this is going to pass. But we will have invited the horse in. We will have attracted the horse. But for it to be useful to the people of Nashville, it will take all of us working together to tame that horse, because if we do not, it will trample our people. It is up to us to empower our communities and ensure that going forward, that this investment makes it to everyone and makes us a better, more equitable city. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized at podium number 2.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. When I saw the details of this deal, I honestly couldn't believe my eyes. It seemed that at every turn, Nashville and Davidson County wins. It represents a phenomenal investment in Nashville and Davidson County and the state of Tennessee, the biggest in history, if I'm not mistaken, at effectively a zero cost for taxpayers. As far as incentive deals goes, from the city's perspective, it's the best one I've ever seen or heard of. Our people, our diversity, our economy, and our landscape are the attraction now, as well as our favorable tax structure. I enthusiastically support this. I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And I say to Oracle, welcome to Nashville.
All right. So we're now with Councilmember Hall. You're recognized. There you are. You're at podium number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to echo a lot of what you've already heard, but I also want to make sure that we keep something particular in mind, because we hear so much about how great this is for the city, and it is a phenomenal thing that we're actually undertaking and is now coming to us. And we just mentioned in with the amendment the conversation around affordable housing, but I want to make sure that we also keep in mind moving forward that one of the greatest opportunities that we have here is to support our working folks in this city. Part of that means we have to heavily invest and focus on education and improving our IT and skilled labor workforce. So one of the things I want us to keep in mind when we are undertaking these opportunities is, guys, we've got to look at the next generation. We've got to make sure that native Nashvillians are not being left behind or displaced. And so in that vein of affordable housing and supporting workers, we need to make sure that we're focusing on those educational components so that moving forward, native Nashvillians immediately can be able to fill those jobs, and that we're training our young people, getting them prepared in the next generation from an education standpoint to be able to take advantage of those jobs moving forward and continue to attract other businesses to the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Mendez, recognized at podium number 1.
Thanks. I just want to go back to Councilmember O'Connell's question with Mr. Jamison and just add a little more nuance. I agree that for cost overruns over $175 million, and I understand that that's supposed to be an overestimate and hopefully it never gets there. I understand that Metro's got no obligation and Metro has a lot of leverage with the future legislation, but I think it's important to say directly too that Oracle doesn't have any obligation today in what we're approving and what the IDB approved to pay anything over $175 million either, right?
Mr. Jamison?
That is correct. Oracle is, if the $175 million were to be exhausted and they're not done yet, they would have 3 choices. Number 1, don't finish it, just don't build it, which would be a pretty bad look, and I have to imagine they'd be incentivized not to let that happen. 2, pay it themselves. Or 3, come back to you or to the state, and we are under no obligation to say, okay, we'll sit back down at the table with you. So I think that's the leverage we have in this arrangement.
And I'm totally, I'm supporting it also. I'm totally okay with the expression of our leverage, but when asked directly, there's no commitment from them over 175, and it's just important that everybody understand, to Councilman Sledge's point, if that happens, these various leverage points, it's going to be up to us to get an update about where it's trending on cost, and if it's going to be over 175, there's got to be a conversation, because we have built caps in before with the soccer stadium and other things, and here that's something that, because the development is so in its infancy and not designed yet, nobody's able to put a cost on the infrastructure, and it's just something we have to know that we deal with in the future, because there is not an agreement now. Well, there is an agreement. The agreement is to remain silent about who pays for anything over $175 million. Is that right,
Mr. Jameson?
That's true, that's fair.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mendez. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized at podium number 6. There you go.
Thank you. First, I want to acknowledge the economic development team of the state. This has been a phenomenal job and certainly an example of what we would like to see in additional deals. I also want to acknowledge the mayor and our city's economic development team. I was in economic development for 7 years in Georgia, and I know how hard these deals are to put together. And frankly, I've never seen one that is this advantageous to a community. One of the things I have always asked is how are the current people in the area going to benefit? And one of the things I was really excited about was that basically Oracle will help us grow our own. And by that, I mean the fact that they work with the middle school and high school students and also with our college students so that not only do they develop the type of skills and knowledge to take these good jobs, but they can see right in front of their face an opportunity. And as we know, many folks, if they don't see an opportunity for what they're to put their effort in learning, they're not just saying they're going to put the effort in. But now our students will see that if they take these courses and they do the work, there's immediately good jobs available for them. And so that is a great encouragement. And so I'm really excited about the fact that Oracle will be investing their time and their energy in helping us grow our own so that our citizens that already live here will benefit as well as those that come from other areas. So I do want to, again, say I hope that this becomes a standard that others may follow. I certainly say the fact that Oracle has chosen Nashville is a big kudos for Nashville because it sets us up to attract more really high quality companies providing high quality jobs to our local citizens as well as those who choose to move here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hauser. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're at podium number 10.
Thank you, Mr. President. Previous question.
Councilmember Rosenberg has called for the previous question, so we're voting on the previous question. We're not voting on the resolution, just on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Oh, I was like, where did that come from? So it's way over there. Previous question prevails. Previous question prevails. We are voting on Resolution RS 2021-908 as amended. It was asked for a roll call vote, so we are on your machines. All right. So again, we are voting on RS 2021-908 as amended. Madam Clerk, let me turn on your microphone. Are you ready? Again, we're voting on RS 2021-908 as amended. Okay, so if somebody's machine isn't working, I've been instructed to tell you to use the mouse, okay? I'm not sure exactly what that meant, but use your mouse. Councilmember Henderson, for what reason? Let me go to you. Are you having trouble with your computer? All right. Can IT help Councilmember Henderson at her desk?
I haven't started opening the machine yet since you haven't. Right.
Okay. So, yeah, we haven't opened anything yet. Maybe that's why all your hands are going up. Okay. So when we open up the machines and you have trouble, then raise your hands. Okay. Anybody just want to raise their hands right now just for the fun of it? Thank you. All right. So, Madam Clerk, you tell me when you're ready.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'll open the machines.
Okay. Now we're going to open the machines. If you have problems, let us know. Okay. Machines are open. Council members, if you're having a problem, raise your hand. Okay. Madam Clerk, machines, all the votes are in. Close the machines. Take the vote.
40 votes in favor and none against.
Right. Resolution passes 40 in favor, 0 against. On to the next resolution. We're on RS. And we thank the people who have been sitting in the back. Thank you very much. We're on RS 2021-909. This is item number 33 by Councilmember Parker, Toombs, and Murphy. This is a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government for Cleveland Street extension and bike pedestrian connectivity from East Nashville to River North Development. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized at podium number 8. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Okay, got a bunch of them. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized at podium number 1.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11 for, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy at podium number 9.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning voted 15 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Public Works, Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Public Works recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Okay. All right, so Councilmember Parker, back to you at podium number 8.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, so the motion is to pass RS 2021-909, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
So this is a intergovernmental agreement with TDOT to construct 2 underpass connections from sort of the neighborhoods in District 5 of McFerrin Park and Cleveland Park underneath the interstate into the River North site. So that comprises a pedestrian and bicycle connection at Grace Street and a vehicular connection at Cleveland Street. The lion's share of funding here is going to be TDOT and federal. The breakdown has changed possibly a little bit, I think, in Metro's favor. Could I ask, after my comments, if Mike Jamison would explain sort of the financial breakdown of this arrangement for the council, please?
You can do that. Are you ready to ask him now?
Yes, Vice Mayor, thanks.
All right. Mr. Jamison, I'm coming to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Parker. Yes, so as Councilman Parker explained, this is an attempt to reconnect East Nashville to the river, extending Cleveland Street and Gray Street, which at one point before the interstates made that connection. They have to connect it at a total of 4 points. Once TDOT has worked out the extensions of Cleveland and Gray, Metro has to make the connections at Cleveland, Gray, and 2 spots on Cowan Street and obtain the right-of-way. TDOT advises that we are eligible for a particular federal matching fund of the 80-20 proportion. So with that applying, then our share would be $1.3 million. If that did not apply, the costs would have been $6.5 million to Metro. Bear in mind that of the $20 million that the council originally appropriated in the capital spending plan in 2019 to River North, $6.2 million for River North application remains unspent and would be a source for funding if necessary. But I do want to underscore finally that this is separate and apart from the 175 just voted on with respect to Oracle. Thank you.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Jamison, and thanks to the administration for all their hard work on this. With that, I will renew my motion to approve.
Okay. Councilmember Parker has renewed his motion to approve RS 2021-909, properly seconded. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized at podium number 4.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to emphasize again that because of the state stepping up to the plate on this and doing a phenomenal job with Governor Lee, Commissioner Rolfe, this is why Metro is not in danger financially on this deal. So I just want to make sure that I emphasize that they worked diligently to make sure Nashville was protected in this. So I say thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to thank Councilman Parker for working on this, and again, thank the Tennessee for their support as well. I think whenever we have bicycle and pedestrian connectivity, we all win, and it's no surprise that we're seeing some bicycle connectivity in Councilman Parker's district. I think we all know he has a bike or two, and I just like to fully support this and connect our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hancock. That's the last person in the queue. Anybody else in the queue anybody else wish to speak on this one? Seeing none, we are ready to vote. RS 2021-909 for passage. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. We're moving on to item number 37, RS 2021-913. This is by Councilmember Taylor, Withers, and Welsh. Resolution approving Amendment 3 to a grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health. Prepare, prevent, and respond to COVID-19 as needs evolve for clients of the Ryan White HIV/AIDS program recipient. Councilmember Taylor.
You can actually take the next three along with it. I think it's just so Councilmember Hurt can abstain. I think that's the reason.
Oh, okay. So I'm being told that we could actually take the next three all together. So 913, 914, 915, and 916. Any objection to that? Without objection, we'll take them all together. RS 2021-913, Taylor, Withers, and Welsh. RS 2021-914, Toombs, Taylor, and Withers. Resolution accepting a grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metropolitan Government acting by the Metropolitan Board of Health to provide for the prevention, surveillance, diagnosis, and treatment of HIV/AIDS and administer a Minority AIDS Initiative Program. RS 2021-915, Toombs, Taylor, Withers, and Bradford. Resolution accepting a data across sectors for health. It's a DASH grant from the Metropolitan Interdenominational Church to the Metropolitan Government through the Health Department to support the development of multi-sector collaboration, support staff participation in the mental program for the Nashville PrEP Coalition. And RS 2021-916, resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the Center for Nonprofit Management to the Metro Government through the Board of Health to provide consulting support to help strengthen relationships and alignments for ending the HIV epidemic. Toombs, Taylor, and Withers are the sponsors. So we're going to take all four of those together. I've got Taylor, the sponsor of one of them, and Toombs, the sponsor of the other three. Let me go to Councilmember Taylor first on 2021-913. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Can we go ahead and get committee reports for all four?
Councilmember Toombs, you're at podium number 1. Good with that? We're working together?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so let's do them all at the same time. So 913, 914, 915, and 916. Health and hospitals, can you give them all to me at the same time?
Yes,
I mean, do
sir.
them one at a time, not all at the same time.
We'll do them one at a time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Health and hospitals move for approval for RS 2021, 913, 914, 915, and 916. 5 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized for Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of Resolution 2021-914, 915, 916. 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Taylor, Councilmember Toombs. I'll go to Councilmember Taylor's. Taylor, what do you want to do with all these?
I'd like to move for approval for 913, 914, 915, 916.
Councilmember Toombs, you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
All right. So I've got a motion to approve, properly seconded, for 913, 914, 915, and 916 for passage. Any discussion?
Vice Mayor, we do have an abstention.
Yeah, that's we believe it's Councilmember Hurt.
It is indeed in health. It was Councilmember Hurt for each one of these.
Okay, so we're going to mark Councilmember Hurt as abstaining on all 4. We're ready to vote on all 4 of these measures. All those in favor of 913, 914, 915, 916 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So measures passed with 1 abstention from Councilmember Hurt on all 4, 913, 914, 915, 916. Okay, we are now on RS 2021-926. That's item number 60. This is a resolution accepting a donation in the amount of $100,000 as a contribution to stormwater infrastructure and improvements near Antioch High School. Councilmember Hager, just rambling around in the back. Your resolution is up. It's the one near Antioch High School, which apparently it's not near. Okay, it's RS 2021-926. So Councilmember Hager is walking to podium number 5. He wants to move for passage, but maybe we should get some committee report. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs, you recognize.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 12-4, against.
All right, and Public Works, Councilmember Nash, I'm going to put you at podium number 6. 2021-926.
926.
Yep.
We have 11 in favor and 0 against as substituted.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Hager.
Move to pass as substituted, please.
Okay, so we have a substitute on this one. Councilmember Hager has moved the substitute resolution, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute resolution.
I don't know what it's for because this is all in Antioch and they just told me my name was on it.
So I believe this is a resolution to rename Antioch High School after you, Councilmember Hager.
Yeah, I guess so.
But let me make sure the amendment, Mr. Cooper is going to explain that.
It actually, the substitute clarifies that it is not near Antioch High School, and instead it is in your district. So you are the rightful sponsor of the resolution.
That's fine. Nobody told me that. They just kept saying Antioch. I said, okay, whatever. But I moved for passage as substitute.
Councilmember Hager has moved, even though it's not naming the school after him, he's moved for passage of the substitute. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in, Councilmember O'Connell at podium number 2. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just going to ask Mr. Cooper how difficult it would be to do an amendment on the floor that would allow for stormwater improvements under whatever ground Mr. Hager happens to be walking on at any given moment.
That's a proper motion. We'll back to Councilmember Hager's. Councilmember Hager has moved the substitute, again, properly second. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute passed. Now you're on your resolution as substituted.
Move the bill as substituted, please.
All right. So RS 2021-926 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember O'Connell, I see your button again. I think that was from before. All right. So we're ready to vote. RS 2021-926 as substituted. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Hager. Maybe next time on that school thing. Item number 51, RS 2021-927 by Councilmember Syracuse. Resolution requesting the Metropolitan Planning Department, Metro Arts Commission, Nashville Office of Arts and Culture, Historical Commission, Convention Visitors Corporation, and the Area Chamber of Commerce partner together to take an inventory of every music venue in Nashville to better inform the Metropolitan government as to how best to preserve, sustain, and support these venues for the decades to come. Councilmember Syracuse, you are recognized at podium number 5.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
I've got Parks and Library, Councilmember Van Rees at podium number 1.
Thank you very much. Parks, Libraries, and Arts voted in favor enthusiastically, 4 in favor, none against.
All right, and I've got Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Murphy is coming out. Do you know which one we're on? It's 2021-927 by Councilmember Syracuse at podium number 8.
15 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Back to you, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval with a brief comment.
Okay, so Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to present this important resolution to you. From a broad perspective, we can no longer take advantage and take for granted that we are and going to be, continue to be, the global capital of music. The fundamental institutions that drive copyright creation, like where I work at BMI, will always be here, but if we continue to be a victim of our own success in the city as rapid growth is causing, we will no longer be that city that is a mecca to the working creative class and those critical small businesses that support them that ultimately supports the creation of copyrighted works in the first place. The situation we experienced on Music Row with Studio A being saved at the last minute was the tip of the iceberg in trying to save our institutions in the music industry here in Nashville. This situation we're now facing with Exit In is indicative of the precarious situations all our local independent venues face. As Exit In is currently under contract to Chicago Corporation AJ Capital Partners, we absolutely should not take any comfort by their statements that they will preserve the building. It's equally, if not more important, how the venue is being operated. If locally owned independent live music venues are corporatized, then the focus is how they benefit that corporation's bottom line, not the local working creative class that we as a city ultimately depend on to fuel Nashville's thriving creative economy. Otherwise, it becomes a trifecta of hyper-gentrification of our residents, of our small businesses, and of Nashville's soul. For far too long, we've been reactive to historic preservation, to say nothing about having effective tools to support cultural preservation. In this case, this isn't just about historic or cultural preservation, it's about advancement of our culture that is the basis for what makes us Music City. This study proposed in this resolution of all live music venues with an emphasis on how we preserve, support, sustain, and advance our local independent music venues will hopefully not be too late in turning a reactive situation to a proactive scenario where we can offer tangible tools to property owners and venue operators to ensure their long-term success. Time is of the essence, Vice Mayor. I thank the Metro departments and agencies who have agreed to participate in this study for their time and talents and in undertaking this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. Okay, so I've got RS 2021-927. Move for passage, properly seconded. Councilmember Stiles. You're recognized at podium number 7.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I just want to encourage my colleagues to support this resolution. Music is memory, and Nashville being Music City, we have a plethora of genres and opportunities to hear music and watch artists. This gives us a moment to do an assessment and figure out how do we keep independent music alive? How do we keep our venues in play? Because that's where the character and the culture is. It's not in being taken over in terms of corporate activity, but having those intimate moments. And these music venues throughout the city, these are moments where memories were made, and this is what we need to do to support moving forward, holding on to the past while moving forward without losing our past. So I would appreciate your support of this resolution, and thank you so very much, Councilmember Syracuse, for putting it together.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized at podium number 6.
Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse, for moving this resolution. I agree with both Councilmember Stiles and Councilmember Syracuse in regards to preservation of Nashville. Nashville is Music City, and the way that we got there are these small venues just like Exit In and others here in Nashville, Tennessee. So I would ask you all to please support this, as well as I would like to add my name to this resolution as a sponsor. Please.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor has moved to add his name to the resolution. I've got Councilmember Young. You're recognized. Okay, Councilmember Young is, and that's it in the queue. All right, so we're on resolution RS 2021-927. Again, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. All right. We're on RS 2021-930, resolution honoring the life of Louis E. Johnston, Jr. Councilmember Swope in Johnston. Councilmember Swope, I need committee reports on this one. I just need for you to call for him. Yeah, that's okay.
Just ask for him.
Yeah.
Committee reports, please.
All right. So I've got rules, confirmations. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules, confirmations, and public elections voted for an indefinite deferral, 6 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, so this is a motion to defer indefinitely over the wishes of the sponsor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it immediately is taken off, and then there's a process to put it back on. So it's not even discussed at this point. All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. We're now on RS 2021-931, a resolution honoring the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Riders. This is sponsored by Stiles, Virtue, Syracuse, Murphy, and others. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized. Hold on just a second. There it goes. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. 1 second. So, colleagues, today, 60 years ago, is the beginning of the Freedom Riders here across the country. And the Freedom Rides began May 4th, 1961. They left from Washington, D.C. And many of the Freedom Riders we are familiar with here in Nashville. Late Representative John Lewis, Diane Nash, C.T. Vivian, Reverend James Lawson. We have James Farmer, Bernard Lafayette, James Bevel, William Harper, and many others. These were students that committed fighting for civil rights to ride across the country. They were members of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And these Freedom Riders, when they were on a bus, it was firebombed in Anniston, Alabama, while another group of the first wave of riders was attacked in Birmingham, Alabama. And Diane Nash, who was a student at Fisk University, sought to continue the rides and pushed for replacements despite this tragic event. Thank you. So, despite this incident, they continued. There were 22 students in total, 21 from Nashville. They did return to Birmingham, Alabama, and subsequently rode to Montgomery, where they were assaulted by a vicious mob of hundreds. Not to be deterred, they did continue. And Nashville became a pivotal location for recruiting and training riders throughout the summer of 1961. I wanted to take a moment for all of us to commemorate the fact that these activities, the Freedom Riders, started here. They traveled across the country to make a statement, to fight for civil rights. And what's wonderful is that we still have Diane Nash with us here. We often say that we want to give people their flowers while they're still here. And this is an opportunity for us to acknowledge a Freedom Rider that is still with us. And I would like to say there is going to be a mural that is going up on the corner of Commerce and Representative John Lewis Way that will be unveiled in July, which will have Representative Lewis as well as some of our Freedom Riders, including Diane Nash. So I'd like to ask if we could all sign on to this resolution for this amazing moment in history, and that Nashville was the beginning of it all. And this is something genuinely to be celebrated. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Unless there's objection, we'll have everybody sign on. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to acknowledge we had the granddaughter of 2 of our Freedom Riders with us this evening, but it looks like she had to leave. But Candace Lafayette was with us On this evening, some of you all may have seen her with Stand Up Nashville when we were entering into the building, but she is the granddaughter of Bernard Lafayette and Coley Clark. So I did want to acknowledge that she was here with us this evening and acknowledge the sacrifice that her family has made. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Porterfield, and I did need to make sure that people knew that your birthday is on May the 6th on Thursday. And Janai, your daughter is here, her birthday is May the 7th. Councilmember Taylor's wife's birthday is tomorrow, May the 5th. Okay, I think that has something to do with the resolution. Zach Young, when's your birthday? Oh, tomorrow? All right, sorry that I took a personal privilege to make sure I just got all that. Anybody else's birthday going on that I have to recognize? Great, okay. So we're on, I think we got a motion to pass. If not, Councilmember Stiles makes a motion, RS 2021-931, motion to pass that resolution. Everybody voting in favor will be listed as a prime sponsor. Properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2021-931 say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. All right, so we had one late file resolution, the Cherished Hearts. We took that one. We got another one during the day. This one should have come through your emails. This is a resolution that was filed on behalf of the Assessor of Property, Vivian Wilhoit. It's a resolution approving the plan for the reappraisal and equalization of assessments in Davidson County as submitted by the Metropolitan Assessor of Property, approving an MOU between the Metropolitan Assessor of Property and the Tennessee Division of Property Assessments for the responsibilities of parties involved in the 2025 year reappraisal program for Davidson County, improving receipt of state funds it provided to assist in the cost of the reappraisal. It, again, came in late. It's late filed. Councilmember Toombs is the sponsor. Councilmember Toombs, I'm going to go to you to recognize you on this late filed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to suspend the rules.
All right. So Councilmember Toombs has moved to suspend the rules. It may have come in so late. I'm not even sure if rules even heard it. And there's no, okay, so nothing on it. No committee. Any objections to suspension of the rules to get this before us tonight? Councilor Mendez, is that an objection? Okay. All right. So, the rules are suspended. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
All right. Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval. Properly seconded. Mr. Cooper, do you want to explain to the members what this is?
Sure. As you know, we just finished a 4-year reappraisal. State law requires that you do a reappraisal at least every 6 years, but you can do it less than 6 years. You can do it in 4 years if the legislative body approves a plan. So historically, every 4 years in the spring after the reappraisal, there has been a resolution approving the new 4-year plan for reappraisal. And that's what this resolution does. So it sets out the number of parcels that will be reviewed each year over the next 4 years. And so this is in order to have the plan over 4 years, state law requires this resolution to be approved.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. All right, go to the queue. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Just because, I mean, this got to our inboxes at 6:53 after the meeting had already started, which begs the question of, do we really have to consider it today for something we got after the meeting started?
Mr. Cooper or Mr. Jameson at the administration table?
That is a question that we had as well, and Assessor Wilhoit's office was trying to reach the state to find out if indeed this could be pushed until the next meeting, and was unable to reach them. And all Assessor Wilhoit could confirm was that the state has changed a lot of the regulations this year, and so she can't be comfortable pushing this beyond. It has, the identical version of this has been filed and approved as late as June in some years, typically April. Last time in 2017, it was in May. We did not see any immediate indication in the text itself that it had to be done. But again, I do concur with Assessor Wilhoit that we just don't have that certitude from the state. And so if the council, we're as uncomfortable as you requesting this, but it is identical to the versions that have been adopted every 4 years. Racing through the large attachment, I can attest to that one being the same, but it does appear to be the same that's been adopted cyclically and routinely by the council.
Councilmember Mendez, Mr. Cooper, I think was going to say, did you have a comment?
Mr. Jameson.
Okay, Councilmember Mendez?
I mean, when we were talking about Oracle, you mentioned bad luck. I mean, it's a pretty bad look for us to approve something with 2 lengthy exhibits and simultaneously get told there's been a bunch of changes in state law, so maybe it has to hurry, but also it's exactly the same as what we've passed in previous years, so it's totally okay. I mean, it's just hard to vote for something that's this long that comes in after the meeting starts on a topic that, frankly, we all get a whole bunch of questions about, and it just, I mean, I might abstain on it. I don't, if we really need to do it today, I don't know.
I am not aware of any law that requires it to be approved, but there may be. I just, like you said, it just came in and I didn't have any time to research it.
Councilmember Cash? Okay, hold on. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I share Councilman Mendez's concerns about this, primarily because we got it so late, but also, like, is the opportunity for folks to appeal their reappraisal a part of this 4-year process? Like, we haven't even hit the end of that yet, and it seems like that there could be something we could learn from, or that the assessor's office could learn from, you know, the appeals that go forth to their office. Just, I don't know, just might be able to better inform their practices next time around.
Councilmember Cash, I'm going to let Mr. Cooper respond to that one.
Thank you.
The appeal process is specified in state law, so that is separate from this plan. This is for the initial appraisals of all the properties over the 4-year period.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Vercher? There you are. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Maybe I missed, do we know why it's so late, if this is the routine business that we do every 4 years for the reappraisal cycle anyway? Like, why is it submitted so late?
No, ma'am, I found out about it at 6:15. I don't know. I don't have any other details.
Yeah, and like many of my colleagues, we're trying to scurry, and I'm seeing my colleagues back here, we're trying to go through this exhibit. Is there anyone from the assessor's office in the audience, maybe? Oh.
No, ma'am.
All right. I guess we yield to your advice, Director Cooper, as it relates to this, to provide us some type of guidance. We wouldn't want to inadvertently cause an issue with the reappraisal cycle, and I've said this before, knowingly, unknowingly, or unknowingly, knowingly, as it relates to this late file legislation here. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Vercher, you said the word knowingly 6 times in that one sentence.
That's my thing, Vice Mayor. Right. I just like how that sounds.
Okay, I'll remember that. Mr. Cooper.
Without having the opportunity to review the law to see what is required and when. I mean, I can't advise you one way or the other. I don't, I can't imagine that there's something that says it has to be approved right now and not the second meeting in May. But I just can't, I can't say that with any certainty, and I don't think the administration can at this point either.
Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized at, I think you're at number 7 in the back. There you go.
Can you hear me, Vice Mayor?
I got you.
I move a one-meeting deferral, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Henderson has moved for a one-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Discussion on the deferral. I've got people in the queue. Let me just run through it. I don't think I have people in the queue anymore. Councilmember Cash or Vercher on the deferral? Okay, anybody on the deferral? Okay, so we're voting on the deferral of one meeting on this late file resolution. All those in favor of the one meeting deferral say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is deferred one meeting. Okay. All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. All right, so I believe that takes care of all matters on the resolutions. We're on bills on first reading, introduction to first reading. Any bills need to be taken separately? All right, no objection. We'll consider all other ordinances on first reading in one vote at this time. Can I have a motion? Got a motion to adopt, properly seconded. All those in favor of all bills on first reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bills on introduction, first reading are all passed. We are now on we're on bills on second reading. That would be item number 67. Let me get my stuff together. So there is a consent calendar. Let's go through that. It's not very long. Bill 2021-620 is on consent. I'm sorry, 723 is on consent. And 724 is on consent. So only 3 bills on consent. Okay, sorry. Okay, 620, 723, and 724. Any of those bills need to come off of consent? Councilmember Murphy at podium number 9.
Did you say 620 is on consent?
Yep.
That should not be on consent.
Okay. Bumping 620. Okay. So now we got 2 bills on consent. 723, 724. Anything else? Anything else needs to be bumped of those 2? Okay. Let's go ahead and get those out of the way. These are, it's item number 77, BL 2021-723 by Councilmember Sledge, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing water main easements, except new water mains, a fire hydrant assembly, and easements for 2 properties located at 1302A and 1302B Pillow Street, also known as the Pillow Street Water Main Extension. And the other one is BL 2021-724 by Councilmember Sledge, Murphy, Nash, and O'Connell. Ordinance amending the GIS system street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan government by abandoning the unnumbered alley right-of-way and easement from 18th Avenue South to alley number 442. Those are the only 2 bills on, and we have some committee reports on those. I go first to Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy at podium number 9.
15 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, on both, thank you. Got Public Works, Councilmember Nash, you're recognized at 6.
Recommended approval on both, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember O'Connell, Traffic and Parking on 724. You're on podium 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. We voted 4 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. All right. And Councilmember O'Connell, if you'll just move approval of those 2 bills.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Happy to do so. Move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay. So we've got a motion to approve the 2 bills on the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Consent agenda with those very heavy 2 bills passes on consent. Okay, so the rest of the bills on second reading are not on consent. We'll go through them. We're on item number 67, BL 2021-620 by Councilmember Allen, Parker Welsh, and others, an ordinance amending Chapter 17.36 and 17.40 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code to create a detached accessory dwelling unit, Dadu Overlay District. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to ask for committee reports, please.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning voted 13 in favor, 2 against.
Okay, I believe that's it. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, Councilmember Allen has moved for approval of BL 2021-620. She has moved for passage, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. This bill simply creates a new type of overlay. It does not apply anywhere that would allow detached accessory dwelling units, affectionately known as DADUs, within the urban zoning overlay if someone chooses to apply for that type of overlay. This is in response to requests from families that would like to be able to have this flexibility to do this, but more importantly, for housing advocates who see this as an important tool that has been used successfully by a number of other cities to create housing diversity and affordability. The two fastest growing demographics in our city are millennials and retiring baby boomers, and we are not building small, reasonably priced housing for them. This creates a tool that creates that possibility. The guidelines for detached accessory dwelling units already exist in our zoning code, and it relies on those, but it simply creates a new overlay within the existing DADU guidelines that could be adopted. Because of concerns that I've heard from other neighbors, I have made adjustments to this to try to address those concerns so that we can ensure that this is a tool that can be used, but not something that neighborhoods that are not interested in this would need to be fearful of. So for that, it requires 30 contiguous lots. There would be no shared lot lines with properties that are not in the overlay, and it does not allow short-term rental in any new DADUs that would be built within that. I appreciate all the co-sponsors on this and all the emails of support that I've gotten for this, and I would renew my request for approval.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized. Number 9. Hold on. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also agree that we definitely have an obligation to find concrete and urgent solutions to the housing problems we have here in Nashville. But some of our housing policies can destroy lives and undermine family ties that ultimately hurt our community and really weaken our social fabric here in Nashville. I know here in my district in Sylvan Park, we have a number of illegal DADUs that were built as garages and were turned into homes that are rented out, causing neighbors to basically become codes inspectors and gather enough information to turn other neighbors in, which isn't right and isn't fair. And of course, that can be addressed by other ways, but that's an example of how this type of legislation could be possibly abused in the future. So what are some clear implications of what is what we're basically doing here tonight? We're basically working around and doing an upzoning in certain areas without doing it as a comprehensive plan. What is the impact on our stormwater? How many tree canopies are we going to lose by allowing these extra rooftops to be built? What happens to the trash and recycling that we already, for the last year, I think all of our districts have really suffered and struggled with making sure that that is caught up and things are done on time? What happens when our property values continue to increase because of now the commercial aspect of being able to rent out part of your property that you currently cannot do? Housing is a basic human right, but just a roof does not mean that it is affordable. Density does not guarantee affordability. Are we sure that this policy is actually going to provide affordable housing options for Nashvillians? For people like me, for people that I went to school with here in Nashville, and young families? I don't think that that is going to happen. Are we really sure that this is going to cause the cost of buying a home to become more affordable? Or is it going to continue to creep up and more opportunities are going to be lost to Nashvillians and go to the wealthy people who can oftentimes, as we keep hearing in the news and from friends, who are swooping in here and paying cash way above house prices to buy homes out from under Nashvillians. How is this going to affect our average Nashvillian or vulnerable Nashvillians who have been saving for years to buy a house only to have their third or fourth offer continue to be outmatched? How do we know the real impact on our infrastructure that we continue to raise our user fees on? Is this going to be covered in the increase in density? The UZO that this is covering a lot of my neighborhoods in my district, and those are our older historic neighborhoods that do not have the infrastructure anymore or have aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced, when we continue to have other and new development that needs infrastructure as well. I've heard it said many times that if you don't want this, then your council member doesn't have to do it. Well, I think we all know that we've had zoning bills come through here, and we've all handled overlays where it is very difficult to get 100% of the constituents to agree, or to even reach the constituents to hear their opinion on it. So without the guarantees that this is actually going to cause or create affordable housing, that it's going to somehow provide infrastructure upgrades that we need across the county, that it's going to provide protections from the continued raising prices of homes, I simply cannot afford, well, I can't afford it, but I can't support this either.
So, Councilmember Murphy,
One second, I'm almost done. I think that we need to find real affordable housing solutions here instead of Band-Aids that might sound nice in the short run.
Thank you. Councilmember Cash.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I started off, I have a district that has several historic neighborhoods. It's largely historic, largely CZOs. I started off being unsure of whether or not I was going to support this bill, and had some of the same concerns that Councilmember Murphy just talked about. But for several reasons, not the least of which is that I think Councilmember Allen has done a good job of working through this. I know that it's been discussed in the past in previous councils, but my glasses are fogging up, sorry. I think that the success of these, I think this is a tool that can really offer something to sections of neighborhoods. And I think the tool, the key to it being successful is how we handle it and the process that we go through. And if it's a good process, this can be a really good tool for our city. If we don't take it seriously enough and pull in our neighborhood associations and others, you know, there could be some overlays that aren't helpful or that don't meet some of the things that they should be doing. I think every neighbor needs to be approached. Not that we can reach everybody, but every neighbor should be approached and asked what they, if they want in or not, and you should document it. I think having community meetings is essential. I think talking through some of those questions that Councilmember Murphy listed off as concerns and talking those through. And then I think that, you know, making sure that you have a consensus that's not just 50% plus one. I think making sure that, you know, a strong majority of people in the proposed overlay need to be on board, or it could, you know, tear apart some neighborhoods. But I am supporting this. And I know that in 2 of my neighborhoods, there's probably some interest in having one of these. And I just know that I think I can do this because I've been through the CZO process a couple of times and kind of know how to do the process right. And I think that's going to be what makes it successful. I do have a question, if I may. So it'll go through planning, and then it'll go through council, right? A new overlay. I guess Director Cooper or Councilmember Allen. Oop.
We can get that answered. Councilmember Allen or Mr. Cooper?
I guess
Yes, that's correct.
what my real question is, or what I was leading up to, if I may ask it, is are there any are there other things we can include in a proposed overlay? Like if there are, like for example, that a parking space must be provided on the property. Is that it's not required in the bill, but is that something through the planning process we could include in a proposed overlay?
Okay, Lisa, you're going to do that administration table. Ms. Milligan. It's supposed to be on.
So I think I heard no because it's.
I think Mr. Jameson broke it before.
Uh-oh. All right, thank you. I encourage colleagues to support this.
Oh.
I think Lisa broke
Sorry,
it.
I think we may have broken it we unplugged it, passing it back and forth. What I was saying was that the standards are established in the code, and then it's simply applying it through the application of an overlay, and those can't be modified for individual applications, much like, say, a contextual overlay where those establish the specific standards. When you apply it, you are applying those standards. So this would be the same way. It could not be uniquely crafted per application. It would be applying the standards that are already established.
Councilmember Cash, good. Okay. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I believe that Mr. Hager was up before me, and I'm happy to follow him if that's okay.
That's fine. I'm going through my list as they show up, and I've been noticing that people are jumping. I think it's just because Mr. Hager is on there, everybody jumps over him. But I'll go to Mr. Hager first. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized at podium number 5.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I voted against this in planning the other day, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. The former council that we were on before this council, we had a council member that tried to do a day-do, and we voted that down. I appreciate what Council Lady Allen has done on this and a lot of work, but I think it's going to open a Pandora box, and this is where I'm going with this. As y'all all know, I was the sponsor of 608 for the non-owner occupied short-term rentals. I know in this bill it doesn't allow them, but people are going to do it anyway. They're going to find a way around it, and I guarantee it's going to happen. The other thing is, when you start talking about affordable housing, if you're going to allow people to build a day-do on the back of a piece of property, that costs extra money to build that unit. On top of that, if you've seen building costs lately, lumber packages have tripled in price to build. And what happens is somebody builds the day-do and say 4 or 5 years down the road, they say, okay, I'm going to sell my property now. Well, guess what? You can buy my property with the day-do, and you've got rental income coming in the back. Does that make it affordable? No. Does the person renting that day-do, does it make it affordable for them? No. Because that landlord that owns that property can go up on that rent at any time. So if you're talking about it makes affordable housing, I don't agree with that completely. The other thing is, Council Lady Murphy said, you got infrastructure problems here, you got parking problems here, and at this time I just can't support this bill because I think there's no way to enforce a lot of it to begin with, and I just cannot support it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized at number 9.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I appreciate this discussion. I guess I'd like to respond to a few things. Trash and recycling, our issues with trash and recycling are not about whether or not there's a small apartment building in the back. It's a little bit more related to equipment and staffing and some of those factors. So in my District 6, the majority of District 6 does have duplex zoning as well as historic zoning, and it does allow day-dos, and day-dos have not been a contributing factor to trash collection issues. I appreciate the discussion about trees. Just want to remind everyone that a homeowner today can purchase a home and cut down every tree on the lot, and we have that a lot happening in some of my District 6 neighborhoods, whether they have days or not, unfortunately. It is true that density does not guarantee affordability. I will agree with that. However, the alternative is that the only housing options in a lot of our neighborhoods are 3,000 or 4,000 square foot single family homes that start at 700 if you can find them at that level. And they are a little bit expensive on a per square foot basis. They usually are a 1-bedroom apartment. It often includes a garage as well. And that 1-bedroom apartment opportunity to live in our neighborhoods is what we're missing if all of our houses are 3,000 or 4,000 square foot McMansions, which is kind of what's happening. So it does provide some degree of opportunities there. I will also point out that in District 6, obviously, we were hit by the tornado. One of the things that happened is that we actually had neighbors open up their day dues to folks who had been affected by the tornado, and the day dues themselves actually helped us to avoid some of the displacement that happened with the tornado. It just goes to show that this allows some degree of flexibility in these neighborhoods without compromising their historic character. Infrastructure issues are common throughout the city. It's not evident to me that building a duplex is different than building a house with a daydo versus building a significantly larger addition to a house. I don't know that that is what's going to strain our infrastructure frankly. So in terms of affordability, also this does preclude STRs. So there would not be an ability to have a permit for short-term rentals. Councilmember Hager referenced short-term rentals, and he did so much great work last term. One of the things that we did during the last term was that we contracted with host compliance software, which has been very, very effective at determining if people are listing short-term rentals without having a permit. And because a permit could not be issued in one of these units, that compliance actually is provided by host compliance software, which we currently have, and our code staff are very successful at prosecuting violators for. And so just wanted to add those points, but I'm in favor, and most of District 6 already has it. I tell folks, even my Edgefield folks are okay with day dues, and that's a very vocal neighborhood, but they've had them for decades now, and even Edgefield is okay with day dues. So we encourage neighbors to support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Weathers. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to speak a little bit to my experience. So I represent a district with a lot of single-family zoning, but several years back, a large swath of that district was rezoned to an SP to maintain the single-family zoning, the underlying RS5, but to allow construction of daydus in the rear of the property, especially where alleys are present. That bill is actually that SP is a little more permissive than the overlay that's being proposed here. For example, it does allow short-term rentals, whereas this one does not. And really, I've had nothing but good experiences with constituents and neighbors building those. Even the ones that are short-term rental, which this bill does not permit, are, a mother-in-law suite is not where people, want to go have a bachelorette party or something of that nature. So they're really quite, they've been quite great for the neighborhood. There's a lot of talk about, is this a viable, affordable housing strategy? And, I definitely agree with a lot of the comments that were made. I like to say that you can't outzone the market, but a lot of the people in my district who've reached out to me, asking for a single lot rezone to permit a daydo, they're not doing it for rental income. They're doing it because they have an aging parent that they would like, or an in-law that they would like to be able to come live on the property with them. So that's another element of affordability is, allowing intergenerational families to live on a property together, allowing parents to age with loved ones. I could go on and tell more stories about the kind of opportunities that the DADU SP has created. I mean, I have I have a friend who went through a divorce. The only way that she was able to keep the home was to move into the dadu and rent out the larger home. I think that's a super positive story of, you know, the kind of opportunity that these can create for people. And frankly, you know, we are looking to add density where appropriate in my district. A lot of neighborhoods are comfortable with that. And the single-family neighborhoods, they see this as an opportunity to do so while maintaining the character of the neighborhood. So the rhythm and the spacing that they've all become accustomed to and love in the yards, they want to maintain that, but people do want a little more opportunity. People are comfortable with a grad student living in an apartment in the back or you know, whoever that person might be. So my district is very supportive of this. I'm very supportive of it personally, and I would urge my colleagues to support it. You know, if you don't feel it's right for your neighborhoods, if your neighborhoods don't feel it's right for them, then they can choose not to use it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a couple of points to add on. On the STR front, I think folks know the district I represent is always at the top of the list of short-term rentals in the city. The geographic, just the physical footprint of these accessory dwelling units limits the problems that we typically associate, especially with non-owner occupied short-term rentals. So I don't have as much of a concern over that because really, as Councilmember Parker said, it's going to be real hard to stuff a bachelorette party into an accessory dwelling unit, and I don't think they'll have a good time if they do. So I'm not as worried about that, and I do believe, you know, in the district I represent, about 95% of the housing stock is single or two family or above. So I don't have very much single family at all, but I will say in some of the areas I have where they have HPRs, there's actually debate when one owner, one side gets to an accessory dwelling unit before the other owner does, and then all of a sudden they're not able to construct another building and aren't able, quite frankly, to realize that income that they were looking for and then sometimes hoping for when they bought the home. So all I can say is I think when we're adding density in a way that I think is smart, and I know Councilmember Allen tries to think through every possible avenue on this, I think it's a good tool to have in the toolbox. Right now in California, where they have resisted accessory dwelling units in municipalities throughout that state for years and years, there's finally been a loosening of those regulations in many cities, and accessory dwelling units are going in left and right in places that I don't think any of us would consider affordable, and it's because people are able to realize that revenue and because there is a housing crisis to the point that some municipalities in California are fully waiving the building permit fees because they know they have a housing crisis on their hands. We're not at that point. We don't want to get there. I support the legislation. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to speak in support as well. We do have a housing crisis. We're not California yet, but we're inching very close. I was telling folks that just yesterday I had 4 horrific stories of people trying to buy a house, and now somebody came and overbid them, and they're offering more than the asking price, and it's just getting serious out there. And so these allow us to have another tool to be able to use for housing, and I think we should use it. I hear the concerns of people that worry about the neighborhood and changing the characteristics of the neighborhood. I can assure you that Councilman Berlin has done a great job, and it's not automatic. It's not for every neighborhood. You still have the option to opt out if necessary. So people should not be scared of it. For the ones that want it, we should allow it. I think it's, if I have a way to put my daughter in a detached house beside mine, I would do that instead of paying $450,000 for a house. So that's something to consider. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I stand in support of this bill, really because I received so many requests to rezone properties just to add a data. Currently, right now, in certain policy areas, to add a data or an additional dwelling, you have to rezone the entire lot. And so one of the things that this does is it gives us an opportunity to use this tool to not have to rezone that lot into an HPR. but it gives us an opportunity to use this space and keep the integrity of the neighborhoods that we have without allowing for the tall and skinnies or the conglomerate developments that are on smaller lots. And so within my district, this would be a great tool for my constituents to use. And again, I tell people no all the time in regards to upzoning to, for me, it would be an R6, just to allow them to add this feature to their homes. And so this is a great tool for us to use in the communities that would allow, specifically in the alley accessible communities throughout my district. And so I stand in support of this and ask you to do the same.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Young has called the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We're voting on BL 2021-620 by Councilmember Allen. We'll try it by voice vote. All those in favor of BL 2021-620 on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It passes. Do I need to record the votes? Okay, so it passes, and obviously it's on second reading. Okay, passes on second reading. Item number 68 can go with item number 69. Councilmember Rosenberg. This is Bill 2021-654 and 655. 654, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RM2 to RS40, property located at 6000 River Valley Drive, southeast corner of River Valley Drive and Newsom Station Road. And then 669, BL 2021-655, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of the Riverwalk Plan Unit Development District located at 6000 River Valley Drive, southeast corner of River Valley Drive and Newsom Station Road, 58.48 acres, approved for 61 multifamily dwelling units. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized. Oh, hold on. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. Planning, Zoning, and Historical voted to defer one meeting, 15 in favor, 0 against on both pieces of legislation.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Rosenberg.
One meeting, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to defer one meeting on both. Councilmember Mendez has to abstain. So the motion is to defer one meeting on both 654 and 655. Properly second. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. One abstention. Both bills are deferred one meeting. We're on item number BL 2021-668 by Councilmember Sledge. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Government of the Metropolitan Code by changing from R6A to SP zoning for properties located at 1321 and 1323 Pillow Street, northwest corner of Merritt Avenue and Pillow Street. It's 0.46 acres. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Planning and Zoning voted 15 in favor, 0 against on the substitute, and the bill as substituted.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let me move the substitute, please.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Some of you might remember that when this came before public hearing, there were some residents at this intersection who were concerned about parking ratio. A subsequent conversation between SNAP and the neighbors in the particular complex of that intersection yielded a compromise in which the substitute is born. It reduces the unit count by 2, and with that, I would ask for your support of the substitute.
All right, so you've heard the substitute. Any discussion on the substitute? Okay, we're voting on the substitute. All in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute passes. You're on your bill as substituted.
I would move approval as substitute, Vice Mayor.
All right, BL 2021-668 as substituted. Councilmember Sledge has moved approval, properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. All those in favor of the bill as substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 2021-668 as substitute passes. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Bill 2021-675 by Councilmember Toombs, Stiles, and Benedict. Ordinance to amend Chapter 3.52 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to councilmember compensation studies. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
All right, so personnel, there you go, Councilmember Rutherford, way in the back. There you go.
On the substitute, we voted in favor, or five in favor, 0 against. On the amendment, we were 5 in favor and 0 against. And then on the bill as substituted and amended, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Council member or Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval as substituted and amended, 12-4, 0 against.
All right, and you're on your bill, BL 2021-675.
I'd like to move the substitute.
All right, Councilmember Toombs has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
So after taking comments from colleagues and going back and talking with Director Cooper and Director Shannon Hall, we came up with the language in the substitute, which requires a compensation assessment at least once per council term, and that's done by Human Resources, and Human Resources would make a recommendation to the Civil Service Commission, and whatever that recommendation is would be presented as part of the pay plan. And I think that covers concerns from colleagues, and with that, I move approval of the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has moved approval of the substitute, again, properly seconded. Discussion on the substitute. There is an amendment behind it, but let's do the substitute first. Any discussion on the substitute? Councilmember Stiles.
Vice Mayor, I apologize. I wanted to speak once it's the substitute.
Okay. So, all right, so we're on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. There is an amendment on the bill. I'm going to call on Councilmember Benedict at podium number 2.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move my amendment.
Right, so Councilmember Benedict has moved her amendment. It is in the packet, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the amendment is just recital clauses at the start of the substitute. It was viewed as friendly by the sponsor. And really, I just wanted to make sure that the public understands, and that as a body and as we look at this, that we're talking about the responsibilities of the job. Things have changed since 1963. The purpose of the bill, one of the things it does is look at the responsibilities of the job, and these whereas clauses just demonstrate how things have changed since our roles were designed, since this body was put together. So with that, I'll renew my motion.
Okay, so Councilmember Benedict has moved the amendment that would amend the substitute. Again, it's properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute, on the amendment to the substitute? Seeing none. Councilmember Henderson, I'm sorry. Councilmember Henderson at number 6.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to thank Councilmember Benedict for the spirit within which this amendment was brought. I do think it's helpful for the public to understand just kind of the magnitude of the work that we do and how our city has been changing. What I appreciated about the substitute bill was that it referred specifically to elected officials and not to council members. And so this discussion has been somewhat fraught and amplified in the community. I think it's important for the community to understand that we are just among, the vice mayor, the mayor, other elected officials. I thought Ms. Hall spoke very well in Budget and Finance Committee, and Ms. Toombs to the need for this. So I would ask Councilmember Benedict, I don't know, or perhaps Mr. Cooper, I would suggest that the existing whereas, that these council member whereases sort of go in between, and it does the amendment sort of specify where they are in the order of the whereases. I heard Ms. Benedict say she anticipates it being at the front, but I just think the general language around this being elected officials and not a resolution specifically about council members is important. And so I would just ask if we can kind of specify where that's going to be in the order of things.
Mr. Cooper, do you want to answer that? Hold on. Sorry. Got it.
It doesn't specify where they would go. Ordinarily, it would get added at the end below the other recitals, but it doesn't specify.
Okay, well, perhaps if the sponsor could maybe speak to how they might be framed or split, such that the first existing whereas and the substitute, then the council member stuff comes in the middle and there's another one at the end, because I think just the general tenor of the resolution being about elected officials and not council members, again, while I appreciate the spirit of the amendment, is important. Thank you.
Councilmember Benedict, I'm not exactly sure how to answer that question, but I'm going to start with you.
Sure. So I'd defer to the sponsor as far as where she would want those to be added. If she does support the amendment and does want those clauses in there, I think I would defer to the sponsor to see where she would like them. I think Director Cooper and I hadn't spoken about that at all. So thank you, Councilmember Henderson, for bringing that up.
Councilmember Toombs, I'm not sure what to tell you. These are on the recitals.
I don't have the amendment in front of me. I am fine with the amendment as is, and since the bill has been changed to focus on elected officials as a whole, I guess it would be most appropriate for the recitals to go at the end. Since if I'm recalling correctly, the recitals that Councilwoman Benedict wants to add refer to council members, so perhaps it's most appropriate for them to go at the end behind, excuse me, behind the earlier recitals that refer to elected officials.
Vice Mayor, could I add one thing? May I?
Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think, I'm looking again at the amendment just to make sure, and certainly we hadn't discussed the council member change, so I think, I don't know, we made a slight change on this after committee yesterday. I don't know if we could make a slight change, Director Cooper, on this tonight to change that to elected officials rather than council members. It's in the first, third, and fourth, and fifth. So 5 times if it said elected officials rather than council members. Could that be changed right now?
Councilmember Benedict, we're trying to figure out exactly how this works, and I guess you could try to make a change, but we're kind of off the fly. I guess one of the things that could be done, and I'll refer to Mr. Cooper, is if you want to try to get it fixed, you would need to defer, and then we would have to try to figure out if you put the recitals on, or wait and then try to figure out exactly how to make the whole thing look right. So, and then you could pass it at one time. But it's a little unclear about how this would work. Let me go back to Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, you couldn't just change council member to elected official because it refers to part-time and the mayor is not a part-time position. So it would need, that wouldn't solve whatever problem there is.
Sure. Thank you. I understand the conflict here, and I think what I'd like to do is, I think it's out here, it's in the record, it's been filed, and at this point, I think I'll withdraw the amendment.
All right. So, Councilmember Benedict is going to withdraw her amendment. So we're just now on the substitute. All right, so we have the substitute in front of us. I'm going to go back to Councilmember Toombs first to figure out what she wants to do. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
I thought we had already approved the substitute, but move approval of the substitute?
So you're moving approval of the bill as substitute now because the amendment's off.
Okay.
That's what you're doing. So Councilmember Toombs has moved approval of 2021-675 as substituted, properly seconded, and now we have people in the queue. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized at number 7.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I'd just like to encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill this evening. This, of course, came out of the Benefits Committee that we held over 4 months. I think it's important in having conversations with Shannon Hall and Human Resources that looking at our compensation prior to the increase that we received in this term, it was already determined that we were very behind in terms of cost of living, and considering the amount of work that we do, this is, while on paper is a part-time job, the responsibilities are not, and we do need to take into consideration, looking across the board at our compensation and how that rolls out. So if you would please vote yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Henderson, I still have you in the queue. Is that from before? Okay. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would just like to bring to the attention of the council that Long Beach City Council, Portsmouth City Council, Lansing City Council, Topeka City Council, Boise City Council, Watertown, Tennessee City Council, the list goes on. Each one of these councils voluntarily either took pay cuts or gave up a paycheck or donated back a percentage of their pay or declined a raise because of the pandemic. For us to be doing the opposite, to be asking for more, to be complaining about growth or about social media or cell phones while we're still in the throes of a pandemic, when we just got an $8,000 raise, and while we're less than a year from legislating a 34 to 37% tax increase, it seems tone deaf to me. Do we want to be seen as the council that looked out only for ourselves and other elected officials, or do we want to be seen as looking out for the city? We're not the only city that has grown since 1963. Fulton County, Georgia has 7 city commissioners. They serve 152,000 each. San Antonio, 10. They serve 150,000 each. Oklahoma City, 8. They serve 80,000 each. Charlotte, 11. They serve 78,000 each. Memphis, 13. They serve 50,000 each. Louisville Metro, 26. They serve 49,000 each. The list goes on. These were cities that we did include in our Deloitte benefits bill. There are large city councils that are larger than us. There are 2. New York City, 51 council members. They serve 165,000 constituents each. In Chicago, 50 council members. They serve 54,000 constituents each. So say we served 18,000 10 years ago, and with the new census, 20,000 each. We have cell phones. That's great. We can actually take calls in between meetings on our job or at our son's soccer game. We have social media so we can communicate information quicker and more efficiently. But what we need to be spending our time on is looking at how we can help the citizens of the city. You know, Council Lady Benedict ran in a district where 7 people ran for office. We're not having problems getting people running for office. We're having problems finding affordable housing. We're having problems getting our students great education and fully funding the schools. So we need to concentrate on other things than asking for more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Young has called the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. So we are voting on BL 2021-675 as substituted by Councilmember Tombstone and Benedict. All those in favor of BL 2021-675 as substituted say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Passes on second reading. We are now on BL 2021-693 by Councilmember Hall. Looking for Councilmember Hall. 2021-693 by Councilmember Hall, ordinance establishing a special solid waste commission to review and identify solutions for the long-term disposal of Nashville solid waste. Okay. Okay, BL 2021-694 as well, ordinance requiring all existing culverts, inlets, storm drains, and ditches within the T2 rural neighborhood policy and T3 suburban neighborhood policy to be upgraded, retrofitted, and or constructed to current storm management manual standards by December 31st, 2026. Do we need committee reports? Yeah, so let me get the committee report. So on the first one, we have, the sponsor's not here. On the second one, we do have a sponsor here. But I think they've both been deferred by rule. I'm going to go to Public Works. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized on both measures.
693, we voted in favor of the substitute, 11 for and 0 against. And then the bill as substituted agreed to defer or recommended a one meeting deferral, 11 in favor, 0 against. And 694, that was deferred by rule.
Okay. Councilmember Toombs on 693 and 694.
Um, 694 came before Budget and Finance, and the committee voted to recommend a one meeting deferral, 12-4-0 against.
Okay, and what about oh, okay, 693 didn't come to you. 693 rules is Councilmember Johnston.
It was deferred by rule because the sponsor wasn't there.
Okay, so let me make sure, let me tell you what's going on with this stuff. Okay, so it looks like action was taken by Public Works on 693, the first one, item number 72, but Public Works deferred by rule, so it's an automatic deferral of one meeting. On BL 2021-694, Public Works deferred by rule, so it's an automatic deferral by rule on that one, so both of them are deferred by rule. Okay, thank you. Thanks for hanging with me on that one. BL 2021-717, Councilmember Johnston Sawara, ordinance providing for the waiver of certain building permit fees for the repair of rebuilding and property damage as a result of the March 27, 28, 2021 flooding. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized at podium number 2.
Sorry, thank you. So this, on the second reading, I realized that we were not waiving permit fees for electrical or gas and mechanical. It was just for building permits, and floods sometimes don't require that, so it was sort of defeating the purpose. So I deferred it one meeting, and now I have a substitute adding electrical and gas and mechanical permits for those fees to be waived if it's flood damage. And then I also added a provision in there where in the future, when we have a state of emergency declared, that these permit fees can be waived with just a resolution versus an ordinance, which will shorten the time just to move things along and helps codes to not have to issue refunds and things of that nature. So I would move the substitute, please.
Okay, let me get a committee report from Codes. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized. If I can get to you, podium number 9.
Thank you. We supported the substitute 8-0 and recommended approval of the substituted bill 8-0.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Johnston.
I would move approval, please.
All right, so you want to move approval of the substitute?
Bill as substituted.
Okay, let's get the substitute on
Okay,
first.
sorry. Yeah.
All right, so Councilmember Johnston has moved the substitute, properly second. She explained the substitute. Any questions on the substitute? Councilmember Cash, you want to be recognized on the substitute? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, no questions really. I urge support for this. I think it was great of Councilmember Johnston to take another 2 weeks to look at it and came up with some improvements that are really meant to help people that have been devastated by an emergency.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Cash. Okay, so we have the substitute in front of us. Again, it's been properly seconded. Nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute passes. Now, Councilmember Johnston, you're on your bill as substitute.
I would like to move approval, please.
So she's got a motion to move for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, BL 2021-717 as substituted. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. BL 2021-717 as substitute passes on second reading. Okay, we're on BL 2021-718 by Councilmember Cash. This is an ordinance to amend Title II of the Metropolitan Code related to the Board of Electrical Examiners and Appeals, the Board of Gas Mechanical Examiners and Appeals, and the Board of Plumbing Examiners and Appeals. Councilmember Cash, you are recognized.
Thank you. I'll give my committee report. We voted 8-0 to defer one meeting.
Okay, and Councilmember Johnston on rules.
sorry. We voted 8 in favor, 0 against a deferral.
Okay, thank you. You didn't have to run to do that, but I appreciate that. All right, so Councilmember Cash, back to you.
Thanks. I would like to move for a one meeting deferral, if I could give a brief explanation.
Okay, so Councilmember Cash has moved to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thanks. This is a bill that kind of combines three boards into one. I think we were having trouble filling some of these spots, and just kind of consolidating them made a lot of sense. And I know the administration has been working on this. So one or more of the boards or commissions has a union, like expecting a union representation on there, and we are just deferring this one meeting to make sure that that we continue that ratio and work that issue out with labor.
Okay, so again, the motion is to defer one meeting. Again, it's properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is deferred one meeting. Last bill on second reading, BL 2021-720 by Councilmember Stiles, an ordinance to amend section 16.24.330 of the Metropolitan Code to require a homeowner association sign. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
You, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Codes and Fair, there is Councilmember Cash. You're recognized.
Thank you. We voted 8-0 to defer one meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to defer this bill for one meeting, please.
So the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is deferred one meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now on bills on third reading. The consent agenda is actually very, very long. I think it gets, I think, almost every bill, but let's make sure we've got them. First one on the consent agenda for third reading is item number 80, 2020-492, 493, 578, 676, 686, 687, 689, 690, 691, 695, 696, 697, 698, 699, 700, 701, 702, 703, and 704. So every item on third reading is on consent except for the first bill. Okay, hold on. All right, so wait a minute, we're going to go back. Councilmember Porterfield has pulled BL 2021-687. And 686. BL 2021-686 is pulled, and BL 2021-687 is pulled. Anything else?
There is a matter to add to the record for Councilman Taylor's bill. He doesn't necessarily have to pull it, but we do need to get that noted that it's being added to the record.
Okay. What do we need to do on that? Do we just need to say something on the record on it?
Yes, we can just say something on the record, and he can hand the letter to the clerk to make it part of the record.
Okay, so on BL, this is item number 82, BL 2020-578. There is an item that needs to be handed to the clerk to be made part of the record. So, Councilmember Taylor, if you can do that, is that all we need to do to keep it on the consent?
It may have already been emailed to the clerk, but
Okay.
if not, I think Councilman Taylor has the letter.
Just for the record, BL 2020-578, item number 82, we are delivering a letter that's going to go with the bill. It's being filed with the clerk right now. Okay. All right. Anything else that needs? Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Pulley, you want to take something off of consent? Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay. Councilmember Pulley.
Item number 83.
Okay. Okay, item number 83 is pulled. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. All right, so let's go through those. These are items on the consent agenda, bills on third reading. BL 2020-492, that's item number 80, Councilmember Rosenberg and Cash, ordinance to amend section 12.36.110 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to weight restrictions on certain roads. BL 2020-493, Sledge, Cash, Allen, and Taylor, ordinance to amend section 12.40.190 of the Metropolitan Code related to night parking restrictions. BL 2020-578 by Taylor and Murphy, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing the preliminary plan for properties located at 1 City Avenue, 4, 5, 6, and 8, City Boulevard, 7 and 9 City Place, and City Boulevard unnumbered at the southwest corner of City Boulevard and 28th Avenue North. Zone SP 18.93 acres, increase the maximum allowed residential units from 600 to 850 multifamily residential units. BL 2021-689, that's item number 86. Johnston and Murphy ordinance readopting the Code of the Metropolitan Government prepared by Municipal Code Corporation, including supplemental and replacement pages thereof, containing certain ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on or before December 16, 2020. BL 2021-690, Rutherford Toombs, Van Reese, and others, an ordinance authorizing the granting of a permanent easement to NES on certain properties owned by the Metropolitan Government. BL 2021-691 by Wells, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the acquisition of certain waterway easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights by the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Public Works for implementation of Complete Streets SR1 from I-24 ramps to Foothill Road with the federal project number STP MNH1372. Let's see. BL 2021-695. That is by Parker, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance approving a participation agreement between the Metropolitan Government and the Department of Water to provide public water service improvements for prisons proposed development as well as other existing properties in the area. 696, O'Connell, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewer Services to provide public stormwater service improvements for Germantown JV LLC proposed developments. BL 2021-697 by Syracuse, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water mains and fire hydrant assembly easements and to accept new water main and fire hydrant assembly easements to properties located at 1634 and 1636 Lebanon Pike. BL 2021-698, Pulley, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public utility easements for property located at 917 Marengo Lane. BL 2021-699, Murphy and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sewer manholes, and easements properly located at Rocky Fork Road in Williamson County. Item number 94, BL 2021-700, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer and water mains, sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for two properties located at 910 Youngs Lane and Youngs Lane unnumbered. BL 2021-701, Parker, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main easements and to accept new sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements properly located at 51 LaSalle Street, also known as the Dickerson Pike Apartments. BL 2021-702, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main, manholes, and easements, except new sanitary sewer water mains, manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for three properties located at 2208 Eastland Avenue and Skyview Drive, unnumbered, also known as the 2208 Eastland Avenue SP development. That's Withers, Murphy, and Nash. BL 2021-703, Taylor, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water main, fire hydrant assembly, and easements, except a new water main, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements property located at 3401 John A. Merritt Boulevard. And BL 2021-704, Sledge, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing combination sewer main and easements, relocate two existing fire hydrant assemblies, and to accept new combination sewer main, combination sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 622 Merritt Avenue, also known as the Finery Residential. Those are all the items on third reading consent. Anything need to be bumped off of that one? All right, so all committee reports are in. I'm looking for somebody standing next to a Councilmember Allen, if you can just move all those bills on the third reading consent calendar.
Move approval of a consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. So Councilmember Allen has moved all items on the third reading consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the third reading consent agenda, say aye. Opposed, no. Third reading consent agenda passes. Okay, now we're going to go back and pick up the bills that we didn't get. Item number 79, BL 2024-48, Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of Metropolitan Code by changing from CL to MULA NS zoning for properties located at 2213 Gain Street and 2236 White Creek Pike, southeast corner of Free Silver Road and White Creek Pike, 0.43 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has a substitute. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
The substitute removes the Whites Creek Pike address. It's not part of the rezoning request.
Okay, so you've heard the explanation of the substitute. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. You're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval as substituted.
Okay, BL 2024-48 as substituted. Councilmember Toombs has moved approval. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2024-48 as substituted on third reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on third reading. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. We're on BL 2021-676 by Councilmember Sepulveda, Porterfield, Bradford, and others. This is an ordinance amending Title IV of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the membership of the Procurement Standards Board and certain contract requirements. Councilmember Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. 1 year ago, a 16-year-old boy never came home. He fell to his death on a construction site in our city. Far too often, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers don't come home. Far too often, the people go to work where they may experience wage theft. These people build our city. This legislation aims to set the standard for the construction industry. Tonight, Gustavo's sister, Jennifer, was here with us because change can't wait. Metro is the largest purchaser of construction, and it's time that we do better. And with that, I would ask for your support, and I want to thank all of the sponsors, all of the co-sponsors.
Councilmember Sepulveda, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized. I think you're at, where are you? 2? Can't see it. Okay, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just briefly, I know we have some companion legislation at the state that impacts this, and I just wonder if I could get the administration to comment on this legislation.
Administration, Mr.
And how that
Davidson.
impacts it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Councilman Pulley. Council Lady Sepulveda's ordinance has several very laudable and understandable objectives and pursuits and upgrades to our procurement code. She was kind enough to work with us, and we met, I think, a total of 4 times with her and some representatives from local labor organizations. And the first time we met, I think, was in September, and it actually looked pretty promising. What happened after that was that Senate Bill 1150, House Bill 1112 was introduced and then gradually made its way through the state legislature, was passed, and was signed by Governor Lee on April 22nd. And it is hard not to think that it was specifically targeting this ordinance. In fact, I have been told that it was specifically targeting this ordinance. And like it or not, and we probably don't like it, but that is now the law of the land. And as Mr. Cooper's analysis cautions you, only some of the bill survives preemption. but as it's currently submitted, I would estimate 85 to 95% of it is specifically preempted by state law. If it were to be adopted by the council tonight, I would not be doing my job if I did not tell the mayor in the morning, you cannot sign this. And it would surprise me if the Metro Legal Department did not issue a memo telling departments you cannot enforce this. Some of the specific provisions, again, laudable as they are now specifically preempted, like it or not. The ordinance would require temporary workers to be offered direct employment after 30 days. Probably a laudable objective, but the state legislation specifically prohibits contractors from being required to offer direct employment to a temporary laborer, regardless of the temporary laborer's length of service. The ordinance penalizes contractors who don't obtain written contracts with all subcontractors for all work performed. Understandable objective, but what does the state legislation do? It flatly prohibits requiring contractors for labor or materials or disqualifying contractors who fail to obtain such written contracts. There are several other provisions that are just flatly and clearly targeted for preemption, and they have been preempted. And I'm afraid that if the council proceeds with this adoption, it is, number one, suggesting to your constituents that you've addressed a problem that in fact you haven't, antagonizes the state legislature, and I don't like it any more than you do, but that is the law, and perhaps preempts us from reaching some level of compromise with the state at a later date. At any event, again, I would not be doing my function if I did not caution the mayor against signing it, and I don't think Metro Legal would allow the departments to enforce it. I regret that, but that is the state of the law as it is.
Councilmember Foley?
Yes. Given that explanation, I have one other question. Do you think it's possible that we could get this legislation in a form that would survive that kind of preemption?
Yes. Council Lady Sepulveda had expands the procurement board with specific memberships and increases the size. There's nothing in the state legislation that addresses that. The state legislation also, I assume this was intentional, but it restricts itself to contracts that deal with property, improvements to property. It says nothing about contracts that have to do with supplies, for example. So I think you could probably apply a lot of these provisions to those particular types of contracts. But as broadly written as it is now, it's still got the preemption concern from Senate Bill 1150, House Bill 1112.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chambers. I'll just defer to the sponsor as to what her position would be given those facts on potentially deferring this and reworking it. Thank you.
So Councilmember Foley has gone back to Councilmember Sepulveda. I'll go back to her. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The state legislation has attempted to cast a doubt over a municipality's ability to establish basic contractor qualifications, engage in veteran hiring process, and other elements of the procurement process that has been a standard part of our local contracting. This discretion is something that the state itself exercises. For these reasons, the state's attempt to interfere is ineffective and vulnerable to a court challenge, much like the voucher law. We have the right to make reasonable standards for who we do business with. I'm not in the belief of bringing forth legislation that isn't going to protect our workers. The whole focus of this legislation was to help our workers and to make sure that we spend our dollars correctly. And that is what I aim to do. I'm not, my attempt is not to go and pick a fight with the state, but I'm not gonna back down from a fight with the state. I think that for far too long, far too long, we've been afraid of what the state is gonna do, and I don't think that's the way we need to be governing. If we're gonna govern like that, I don't know why I'm here. The reason I'm here is to make sure I do right by this city and right by the people in my district and right by our workers. And so I'm not open to deferring this or amending this. I want to make sure that we pass this as is, because we have been working on this for over a year. And I want to be clear that the reason that we were preempted was because there were council members who were trying to work with the ABC, and they brought forth their legislation to them, and they turned around and they tried to preempt that, and then they bulldozed my legislation into this. This has been thought through. This has been worked on for a very long time. I'm not in the belief that we back down from a fight. A fight is not what we're looking for. A fight is what we might get, but I'm not afraid of that, and I don't think we all should.
All right, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized. Hold on, there you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So Councilmember Sepulveda did an excellent job. She made several of the points that I wanted to make. My first point that I wanted to make was to thank Councilmember Sepulveda. She thanked the co-sponsors, but I wanted to take a minute to thank her because she's worked so diligently on this legislation with community partners, with organizations, with labor, with the administration. So first and foremost, thank you, Councilmember Sepulveda, and I'm so proud of the work that you have done on this legislation. And respectfully, Mr. Jameson, I don't think the intent is to antagonize the state. However, we are consistently antagonized by the state, and I think Councilmember Sepulveda said it in a wonderful way. We don't want to back down from this fight, and if that means that we need to do whatever we need to do, if we need to challenge this, if this is the fight that we need to take on, what better cause? What better cause than protecting workers? What better cause than providing a level of safety that we don't currently see? And that is the reason why we are elected, to go forward and to make sure that we are providing this level of safety, to make sure that our workers and our constituents are protected. So I stand in support, and I ask my colleagues to support as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Sawara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yesterday, the Commissioner for Economic Development was here, and I was telling him about some of the things that the state does that limits what we can do as a council. The state cannot, on one hand, talk about Nashville being the economic capital of the state, and at the same time limit what we can do. The bulk of the real estate development in the state of Tennessee is happening here in Davidson County. And so some of the bills that are being passed impact us more than it does anywhere else in the state. And I think if we're bringing all this economic growth to this state, and we're responsible for doing things like that and making this state grow with our taxes, I think it's about time that the state allows us to govern and to do what we need to do. It should be okay for local government to make bills that supports their people. What works in Bolivar, Tennessee does not work in Nashville, Tennessee. We cannot use one paint, one brush all over every county in this state and think that works. This bill started from a boy dying on the job. I mean, how much more can we say? We're talking about safety. We're talking about accountability. We're talking about making sure we're doing business with the right people. We're making sure that our people are taken care of. I mean, everybody said it's a great bill, it's good, then what's the problem? So I'm asking all of you to pass it. It even has a sentence or a clause that was added the last time that says it will be enforced up to whatever the state allows, which means that we know some things won't be done, but there's a lot of it that will be done. And I think it's about time that we stand up. And we need the administration and our leaders and our representative at the state level to start speaking up for us. Because I think this preemption business is getting in the way of everything. I used impact fee yesterday as an example. Williamson County can do it, Rutherford can do it, but we cannot. And we are the one that is bringing 175 million growth to Tennessee. It's an oxymoron. We can't have it both ways. And so I'm asking everyone to please pass this bill. Let's get this done, and then we'll live to fight another day. In the words of John Lewis, it's good trouble. I'm ready for one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Young has called the previous question. We're not voting on the bill. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Yeah, okay, so we believe the previous question passed. We're just having our own discussion up here. Previous question prevails. We're on the bill, so it has to get 21 votes. So, all right, we'll try, do we have to do the 21? Take a. We don't know that anybody's going to vote no. All right, let's try by voice vote, and then we'll have to see. Okay. We're voting on Bill 2021-676. All those in favor of that bill say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, bill passes. Okay, Bill 2021-676 passes. All right, the next bill is Bill 2021-686 by Councilmember Porterfield, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public water main and a portion of a certain public utility easement properly located at 2128 Murfreesboro Pike. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for a 2-meeting deferral, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Porterfield has moved for a 2-meeting deferral, properly second. All those in favor of the 2-meeting deferral say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is deferred 2 meetings. Councilmember Porterfield on Bill 2021-687, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to ban existing sanitary sewer main, manhole, and easements, except a new sanitary sewer main, manhole, and easements at 5 properties located on Anderson Road, Kenwood Drive, and Twin Circle Drive, off-site of the project locations 2760 Murfreesboro Pike. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized on that one as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for a 2-meeting deferral, please.
Okay, so the motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the 2-meeting deferral say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is deferred 2 meetings. And let's see, did I miss something? Is that it? That's it? You sure? I'm just double checking. Okay. All right, that's it. Entertain a motion to adjourn. A proper second. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
And so the council has concluded about a 4-hour meeting, not quite, a little bit before 10:30. That's a lot shorter than last time when the council went to about 1 o'clock in the morning. Perhaps one of the differences, this was the first in-person live meeting the council has had during the year 2020, and we've had 4 months primarily in the virtual mode. Perhaps the number one high-profile piece of legislation the council did approve tonight is a resolution for an economic development plan for the River North Infrastructure Economic Development Area, which is on the east bank of the Cumberland River, north of downtown and north of Nissan Stadium. This will allow the Oracle America technology firm, which is a Fortune 100 company, to locate a mixed-use business campus in that area, investing a record over $1.2 billion. It will be the single largest private investment and job investment in Nashville history and perhaps in state history. It'll garner perhaps 1.2 million square feet of office space, along with parking facilities, potential retail space, and other improvements, along with 8,500 high-paying jobs and another 11,000 plus spinoff jobs. There'll also be $175 million in infrastructure amenities, including a pedestrian bridge linking across the Cumberland River to the area to Germantown. Those costs will be covered by Oracle on the front end and recouped by the company, paying just 50% lower property taxes for the next couple of years. The plan does not require Metro spending any funds or taking on any new debt. The council wanted to take some of that extra money, at least commit to the general concept of spending more of that for affordable housing, but they wanted to make it clear they were not making a long-term sign-off to commit that money definitely year after year to affordable housing. That'll have to be done on a every year basis. This does appear to greenlight the project. Mayor Cooper issued a very positive statement after the council acted. The council also said this is just the beginning of the process. There'll be more times that this project will have to come back to the council. First, land acquisition will have to be made, then it'll have to be rezoning, there'll have to be design, other things that have to be done. So this is not the first time nor the last time the council will have to deal with this. Moving on to third reading, a bill that the council just dealt with in the last few minutes was one that was on third reading that had 23 co-sponsors. The amendment would change the membership on the Procurement Standards Board, which nobody seemed to have a problem with but there were going to be some new contract requirements for Metro with contractors to increase the safety on the job for lots of construction projects that Metro has and others have across the city. They were told tonight by both their council staff and by Mike Jamison, the mayoral aide, that a bill passed by the state legislature and just signed by Governor Lee would basically prevent about 95% of what they wanted to do. Mike Jamison basically told him he'd have to go tell the mayor tomorrow morning if the bill was signed that he should not sign it, and the legal department would probably say the city could not enforce it. However, council members seem to want to draw a line on this one. The city's had a number of fights with the state about what they should do and what the state would preempt them from doing, and they want to get into that fight. They passed the bill tonight without any dissenting votes. It was passed on a unanimous vote on third reading. The bill will now go on to Mayor Cooper for whatever action he wants to take in light of the discussion here tonight. Council also deferred two bills on public hearing tonight that would have had, at least one of the bills was on public hearing tonight that would have involved one expanding a solid waste processing plant located in Councilman Hall's district in northwest Nashville. Right now that appears to be the expansion of that seems to be more of a legal matter than a legislative one. That's been put off for more discussion. Also, a bill was deferred on second reading that would have created an 11-member commission to review and identify solutions for long-term disposals of Nashville's solid waste. That too could be an emerging issue with the landfill in Rutherford County where Metro has been sending its trash to be closed down perhaps in the next couple of years. Metro will have to find a new place for that. For right now, the council does not want to move forward on this 11-member commission. Exactly what they're going to do in that is not clear. The council also approved 3 resolutions, did this on the consent calendar, to refinance bonds that have been issued on several of the city's sports facilities, such as Nissan Stadium, Bridgestone Arena, and the Nashville Sounds baseball stadium, I should say. The changes are expected to result in significant changes to Metro due to record low interest rates that are going on right now. Council also approved a resolution asking a number of Metro departments to do a study and take an inventory of every music venue in Nashville, possibly then make recommendations as to how to best preserve, sustain, and support these venues in the decades to come, given the problems we've had most recently with the COVID-19 outbreak. Among memorializing resolutions, the council marked and honored the passing of former longtime council member and State Senator Thelma Harper, who laid in state this morning at the Metro Courthouse and will be laying in state tomorrow for her final ceremonies. Her services are held Thursday. Also honored the late Judge Steve North. One other bill the council did modify slightly, but did change a bill that would waive certain building permits on second reading for the repair or rebuilding of property damaged as a result of the March flood. Some of the bills have been passed to help those who were impacted by the 2020 March tornado and the 2nd Avenue bombing. Council also broke a logjam about what to do in the future about studying their compensation. They had been thinking about doing it twice every 4 years. They can only change, salaries for council members can only be changed once a term, so they decided to change that to modify with that to make it once every 4 years as well. The council is now in recess until the 20th of May. We'll be staying here at the Music City Center. We'll be doing that as well during the month of June when the council goes more deeply into the budget process. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the Music City Center. Tonight's Metro Council meeting has been a public affairs and presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.